Alright, let's go back to fucking Fatal Frame. Because, you know, it is what it is. Wait, what was I even playing on? I don't remember. Yeah. Honestly, okay, if you want to complain anything about my fucking PS2 not you fucked up, man, you tried. Because I was playing Counter-Strike. I know, don't worry. Honestly, like, I've been streaming for 11 hours. Doesn't fucking matter if I don't get raided or not. I don't even know what's happening. How you doing, Corvallis? I was playing fucking whatever it was. I was playing wait, what do you even say? Hold on. Wait, Juo, why do you say that? Like, honestly, I just don't think. I don't think so, honestly. She said only losers play CSGO. Well, true, but I wanted to play CSGO anyways, but like, you know, fucking... I wanted to play CSGO on my, like... I don't know, on my free time, but you know, fucking... people decided, hey, you should actually stream for God knows how many more hours. I'm like, why? I'm just gonna finish this game, I guess. Why is she grabbing my feet a lot more? That's weird. Anyways, I don't remember what to do with this game, but yeah. She's just grabbing my feet. How you... Why? Also, she keeps bungee jumping but failing the bungee jump. I have no understanding on why she's failing the bungee jump like that. I didn't even take the photo. Whatever. You know what? You know what Larsa would do? Or should do? Stream as many hours as I do. How about that? She should stream as many hours as I do. What was I supposed to do? I got caught up with like playing Counter-Strike and I don't remember what was I supposed to do. Yo, what was I supposed to do? Wait, what? Huh? Yeah, I got caught up playing Counter-Strike. What the fuck was I supposed to do? Wait. I don't remember. I literally don't remember. Hold on. Oh, was I supposed to find pieces? I think so. I was supposed to find pieces. Oh my god, why is she doing it again? What is with her? Okay. I'm getting PTSD from this game. She had a death wish? Probably. The death wish is just falling over again and again. Wait, Corvallis! You played this game? You played this game, right? Yes? Okay. Do you know what I'm supposed to do then? If I were to tell you that I was supposed to find 2 pieces of something. So you played the game he played the game yesterday. He could fucking backseat me, sure. Of course he can backseat me. I was playing Counter-Strike! Alright, I was playing Counter-Strike for like 2 hours. Cause people didn't want me to fucking end the stream. Why? Why did people not want me to end the stream in order for me to fucking finish this game? I just came back to this game. I don't know what to do. And then you came back to this because I was about to finish this game. Unless you want me to like fucking end stream right now. Do I end stream right now? That's the question. HJ, tell me what to do. End stream, delete channel, true copium. What was the last thing I did? Last thing I did was to actually go into someone's fucking... Hold on. Oh, was I supposed to watch a film as well? Hold on. So I have 3, I think. This is the new one. And then I'm supposed to turn on something. I don't remember what I was supposed to turn on, to be fair though. It was supposed to be for something like I had to turn on a mechanism to open up the door at the bridge. That's the one. And I don't know what mechanism is there at the bridge. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Did you try taking a picture of the falling lady? That was the thing that I was doing, dummy! I was doing this whole time. I was taking a picture of the fucking falling chick. This one. This is the one. So I need the head and the fucking arms. Yeah, I need the head and the arms. This one. So do you remember the head and the arms? It's probably somewhere, but I don't know where. Cause that's the last time I fucking... That was the last time that I stopped, you know? Top of my head, no idea where you are. Okay. Whatever. Oh my god, okay. I'm back here again and like legit these kids are just gonna kill me again. What? Are you kidding me? What?
Why do you kill? Why do you kill? Why do you kill?
What the fuck?
Why do you
Okay, wait, hold on. That means maybe the parts are in here then. I pulled out a guide. Why?
Why do you kill?
Okay, if you pull out the guide, right? Don't tell me until, you know, didn't know you were still up. So, funny story. I wanted to end stream until people peer pressure me to fucking stream more. People decided to peer pressure me to stream more. I was like, yeah, sure. And then I streamed CSGO. On top of the stream more. Now I don't know what to do. Because I'm back to playing this game again. Yeah, this thing is here. I don't even know. What the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck? He's supposed to bend the peer pressures? Yes, true. Yeah, after this, like, I don't know what to do. What is this door again? Yeah, I don't remember what to do. I don't know what to do. Hold on. Oh, there's a door here. Wait. Oh no, this is the outside door. Hold on. What the fuck? Okay. Is it these things? Huh? Yeah, I don't know what it... I don't know what it is, honestly. Get the tall bus, you have to drop down. Shake that. What? Hold on, I need to figure out what this thing is. I guess, yeah, I guess I need the fucking pieces. The question is, where are the pieces? Or do I really just have to take the pieces off, like, some stuff? I'm going in, like, one big round as well. I'm legitimately going, like, one big round as well. So I'm gonna... Look at how many hours I've been streaming and then tell me, like, why am I awake? How you didn't go high? Tell me how many hours I've been streaming and tell me why am I still awake? Cause people peer pressure me to fucking finish the game, one. They peer pressure me to stream longer, too. I'm still here. Now that I'm here, nice. Of course. Glad you're doing well, Kohai. Okay. Let me figure out what to do, because I feel like there's something that I'm missing. Yeah, I feel like there's something that I'm missing. What's this? How much longer? I think about like 2-ish hours from what I've heard. I don't know whether is it 2-ish hours, but maybe. Straight up bullying at this point. Blame RS25. He better pay for my fucking. He better pay for my copium. He better pay for my copium. After all this, he better pay for my copium. Okay, so downstairs here is basically just the fucking same room. Yeah, this part. So there's nothing. There's like basically like nothing. What? Unless. Wait. Okay, okay. Oh! Oh! Oh, I get it now. Oh my god. Okay, where am I at the moment? Okay, I need to go back to the first floor. I know where I know where to go now. I know where to go now. My fucking 2 hours ago, I remembered what I was supposed to do. This fucking, yeah, cool. This fucking bungee jumping ghost woman is still fucking falling down like that. I know what to do. Holy shit. Okay, wait. I need to remember where to go though. Yeah, okay. I think it's here. I think it's this one. Please tell me it's this one. And then I can take a picture of whatever it is in this fucking room, I think. There we go. Yeah. Where is it? Come on. It's somewhere around here. Fidelity. Is it this thing? No. Here? This one? Hold on. God, it's like one of these things. I remember because like I'm supposed to go to this altar right here. I just don't know which. Oh yeah, by the way, Corvallis, have you gone to the "We Were Young" when we were young concept yet? Oh, it's here. You can see it. There we go. Hidden man. He's a hidden man. He's very hidden. No, I was supposed to go for work. They emailed us on Wednesday. That we get cancelled. Is it because of the fucking wind shit? Yeah. Now the question is like, is when we were young fucking legit? Yeah, is when we were young legit? It is legit? Okay. Okay, there's another door there, so I need to go to that door then. Y'all, the best bends were there. So it's not like the fucking Firefly event, you know? No, I kind of wanted to finish this game after whatever it is. I kind of wanted to finish this game anyways. Okay. I think these are the parts. Okay, hold on. I saw Azami, even though she should be in the blowout now. She was asking me to kill the Asami doll. I have made a grave. I had made a grave mistake. The twins have had at last become one again. I was wrong to make that doll. I think Asami was trying to tell me where the head and hands of the doll are hidden. They're hidden in a box somewhere in the house. Dolomite. Everyone in love, apart from canceling one day. I heard about the cancellation because of the fucking wind. That's about it.
Not a doll. It is not my child either.
Dolomite these nuts.
It is a ghost. I must kill it. Even if it looks like my child, I must kill it. The arms and head, eyes. Where did you hide them?
They didn't tell me where. Okay, cool. Hello. Oh well, I fucking failed. I didn't even take the picture on time. I failed. That's it. So there's a box somewhere. Oh, is it the box that is like in whatever it is? Hold on. It could be the box that is the whatever thing it is, right? Hold on. What is this? I need to know what this is. Oh, okay, nothing. Okay, I think I know what box he was talking about, but let me see if this is the box that he was talking about, which is at this corner right here. I think it's this corner, or there's this another corner that has another box. This one, this corner right here, this one. I think it's that corner. So I just have to go up to the left door. I honestly want to see a lot of very good compliments for When We Were Young, to be fair though. Because I think When We Were Young concert is actually really good. Wait, how am I moving? What the fuck? How? Hello? Can I not take a picture of this? Okay. Hey, Shovelclaw. Simply a difference of skill? Well, my difference of skill is that I didn't get into GDQ, but you got into GDQ. That is the difference of... That's a skill diff, dude. How you doing, Shovelclaw? Hope you're doing well. Okay, I got doll hit. Akane has become a remaining speedrun div, of course. Congrats on actually getting into GDQ with Call of the Lamb. To comfort her, I'll make a doll that looks like Azami. She has been emotionless since the day of the ritual. How's the game? Actually it's good. I like it a lot. I like the first one because of its camera. This one, however, the camera just sucks ass. I don't know why, because I had to go forward. I have to go like near to the enemy and then just take a picture of them because it is what it is. But the enemies are kind of chill. But they also disappear quite quickly, or even like the pointers do not fucking register, which kind of sucks. But I do like the Fatal Frame ones as other mechanic, or camera mechanic anyways. To comfort her, I'll make a doll that looks like a zombie. She has been emotionless since the day of the ritual. I'll make the doll look exactly like a zombie so that when they are together, no one will be able to tell them apart. Akane never leaves a zombie's side for even a second, always whispering things to her. I don't know what she says, but at least she seems to be slowly returning to her former self. If we didn't have this ritual, a zombie wouldn't have become a butterfly, and Akane, sorry, wouldn't have lost his spirit. Yeah, something like that. So I need one more box, I think. Wait, one more box, or is just that it? I don't think that's it, right? Hold on. Hi, Lunasteria. Good morning, work science student. Good morning to you too. Yeah, I've been streaming for like fucking 11 hours because my fucking chat peer pressured me to stream longer, and I was like, okay, fine. And then I was about to play CS:GO, and then I'm like, okay, sure. Okay, I do need the arms then. Wait. Is the arms in the place that had the gull in there? I saw that CS:GO part. Yeah. Usually I'll play with them offline, but yeah, whatever. It is what it is. I mean, we did play games and we lost games anyways. we played and we lost, don't worry about it. I'm not really that mad because it's not my main. I have like different accounts for fucking CS:GO because I used to play a lot of CS:GO back then. I was really addicted to CS:GO. I didn't really care about the loss anyways. At least not Dota. Dota. Yeah, I decided to like, you know, just play games, you know. Wanted to play games. What the fuck is this? I might just, you know, Okay, a doll head was there, but now is the part that I need to find another storeroom. I hope you have a wonderful remaining on the stream. Gonna nap before start work. Nah, that's cool. I gotta fucking knock out after this then. Maybe what if I just, you know, like what if I just The arm is supposed to be somewhere then. Yeah, I kind of feel like the arm is supposed to be somewhere. So it's not in these rooms. Was there ever a storage room on the top then? This is a bridge. Stairways. Hallway. Yeah, there's no bridge. Where does this go to? Yeah, where does this go to? Hold on. I have no idea where does that go to. Just had to go upstairs again. Maybe I missed out something at that area. Is it here? Oh, it's because of that door. Oh. Yeah, that door was the one. Wait, is it this door? Hold on. Is this the door? No. Oh, wait. You can see a room at the back, but you couldn't... Oh, yeah. True. Maybe it's somewhere on the top floor then. Yeah, I am enjoying this game, but right now the task is that I'm supposed to pick up two but if you kind of hear that I'm frustrated, it's because of the last few games that I played on Counter-Strike, and also because I'm a bit tired, but whatever. It is what it is. Wait. Oh, wait. The doll's here then. What? The doll's around here then. Sexually frustrated? True. For real. There we go. It's right here. Ah! Okay. I got it. Okay. Hold on. Let me actually read this one. We got 2 of them already. Wait, which one is it? 2. Last night I heard footsteps. I thought it was Akane, but it was really Azumi walking by herself. Akane has spent too much time thinking of her sister. A spirit must have taken over the doll. It is said that when a spirit takes residence in a doll, it can steal the soul of others. Akane isn't a person anymore. She likes a doll. She's like a doll, sorry, controlled by Azami. She keeps repeating, "I don't want to kill," over and over. She looks like, she looks so much like my daughter. Azami must be killed again. Well, they're gonna kill fucking people, dude. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna go this way then. Okay, so now I guess I know where to go. Okay, now I know where to go. That is like super fucking fine. But yeah, like, sexually frustrated. I'm not sexually frustrated. I just, okay, one, I was frustrated that like I kind of had to stream a little bit longer, but like whatever. I kind of wanted to finish this game in the first place. 2 is that like I was playing CS:GO and I was like super fucking like frustrated because I was performing super badly. And it is what it is with like Counter-Strike. I don't really care. I just like, I don't know why, I just couldn't have fun. Maybe because like I was super fucking frustrated at like me streaming for God knows how long right now, which prompted me to like not be as fun as it is. You know, it is what it is. I can't really handle my own emotion sometimes, but it is what it is. Also, I'm like fucking almost dead ass tired, you know. I'm just fucking dead ass tired. What? Wait. Can I not? Don't be down to it. No, I don't mind. I really just don't mind about it. Really? What? Well, it's not even 12 hours yet, and I totally can go a lot longer today. The problem is that I wanted to fucking stop so I could play Counter-Strike and eat! And I couldn't do that! I couldn't do that in my own peace! I was wanting to do that in my own peace! Damn it. Okay, What am I supposed to do? Oh wait, no, no, no. Was I supposed to go back and get the things again? Hold on. You ain't getting paid to play those games. Well, that, but also I'm getting paid to stream a lot longer. What are you talking about? I'm supposed to be paid to stream longer. Smile. Please pay me to stream longer. Actually, to be fair though, I don't know if I would ever stream longer, to be honest. I think the last time I actually did a 24-hour stream, someone actually did pay me like fucking 40 subs. I was like, yes, that's a good fucking payment. But that was like long ass time ago. What am I supposed to do with the dolls? Huh? Yeah, what was I supposed to do with the doll hand and doll whatever it is? Do I just have to put the fucking hands and... Yeah, I feel like I'm supposed to put the arms and head onto the statue, but why can't I just do that? Unless I have to do it like somewhere else.
Why do you kill?
Is it on here then? Okay, it's not here. I don't know. Like, I think it's... Oh, wait. What if it's, like, on these things, then? No? But these dolls at the back. 3K Ohio apartment. What do you mean? Ranch and cock. True. What? I have the head, dude. What do you mean? Bro, I have the head and the arms. What? Wait a oh, I get it now. Oh my god, is it? Yeah, fuck me. So I need to find the left. Oh my god. And yeah, Taze would follow true. But then again, here's the thing. I don't know when am I gonna be on the front page. The question is, when am I gonna be on the front page? Hey, Lost in the Rain. Don't ask why am I streaming that long. I've already said it plenty of times. People peer pressure me to stream. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. People peer pressure me to stream longer. Okay, so I need another hand. You're almost done with your working day? Good. Go relax after... I don't know. No, I'm not doing 24 hours. I don't think I can do 24 hours again. If you were to ask me to do 24 hours again, just fucking pay up with 50 subs and I'll do it. Put it on the table. 50 subs, I would do it. When was the last time that I actually did a 24-hour stream was and actually pulled it off was on my birthday last year. On my birthday last year was the first time I actually reached like full 24 hours. And never again. You sound pretty fresh. I am fucking complaining, that's why. That's why I seem fucking fresh. I'm just complaining. That's all I'm doing. I'm just complaining. What the fuck am I doing? As always, true. Is it there? Someone give 50 subs, please. Yes, before I actually finish this game. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Oh. I saw a pitch for 50 subs, I don't know. Is it outside here? What if I finish this game? I'm gonna fucking end stream, duh. If I once I finish this game, I'm gonna end stream, duh. Unless, you know, like, if you guys actually fucking, like, put in 50 subs, then sure, I'll just do 24 hours then. And then I'll just play another game. Is it above? Oh, or is it below? Oh, it is below. Okay. It's this one then. Yeah, there we go. Oh, so it's just boxes. Okay, those fucking boxes then. You don't need to substitute for me. I am part of Akane now. I am one with Akane. Kill it. Kill that stupid doll. Why is it typed so weirdly? It's just typed so fucking weirdly. So yeah, I will continue. I don't know, 24 hours if like someone fucking subs for like, I don't know, someone fucking gift subs 50. Someone throws in like 50 gift subs or whatever it is. Now I can actually attach this thing into like, there you go, fuck me. Nothing happened, really? Hey, hold on. Wait, hold on. You put the doll together, but nothing happened. You know that it should make it work. Maybe you need something else too. Only if I had some design plans or something. Wish you the best of luck. No, that's alright. I think I could actually handle myself, but you know. I'm gonna get some rest sooner or later. Don't you worry. I'm probably gonna call stream tomorrow then. I'm not too sure. If I call stream tomorrow, yeah, you know why. It's because I'm been streaming for God knows how many fucking hours. And I want my rest tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I actually stream tomorrow. If I don't stream tomorrow, you would know why. It's a contemplation right now. Oh wait, I need to go back. Yeah, okay. I know where to go right now. I need to just go back here. Into the design plans, I think. I don't remember what design plans was it? Have a good one, Lost in the Rain. I don't know what fucking plans are there. There's like some kind of plan, but what plans are there? Hey Greenie, no. I'm casual playing for this whole time. I've been stopping for like God knows how many fucking hours because one, I kind of died 3 hours into my fucking gameplay of this game. Two, I streamed for another God knows how many fucking hours because why not? Why can't I just... There we go. Open the doll's eyes and give the shrine maiden a soul. Oh god, I never finished this one. Well, I'm gonna finish it today. So 3 hours in, I was playing it, I insta died, and I can't save. I couldn't save at all. So the next best thing for me to do is to actually, you know, get an emulator to actually play it, and then I took an hour just to fucking get everything all right. And then chat peer pressured me to stream longer, so I streamed longer. And then I was supposed to play Counter-Strike, and I was supposed to eat, and then I ate on stream, and I played Counter-Strike on stream, and now we're about to finish this game, I guess. So that's why I've been streaming for almost 12 hours. You got bullied? I got bullied for no money. I got bullied for no money. I want money. Give me money so I could actually make a fucking living. Anyways, when the two shrine... I'll bully you for no money. Shut up, you'll bully me for fucking games. When the two shrine maidens face each other, the bridge through the underground opens up. I used one of those wind-up clocks imported from the west for the twin shrine maiden mechanism. The curious shrine maidens move right doll to 3, move left door to doll to 9. What? I got another horror game, by the way. What horror game? When the shrine maidens phase, the earth bridge that connects the houses will be possible. What the fuck is this? Well, I need this again. I need these two photos. That's for sure. The doll's soul is needed to make the mechanism work. I could create the other parts again, but I could never duplicate that soul. I can't let that hellish creature get his hands on the soul. The soul is the key. I have to keep it safe with me. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you kidding me? Okay, what do you want? The Suffering? Wait, how much did you pay for that? Yeah, actually, how much did you pay for that?
Why must only twins face this?
40? Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? I need to remember how much is the one that I saw on my site. Because I've been seeing the Suffering on my site as well, which I need to check how much is it. Wow, what a face close-up.
Sorry. One half of the Twin Tribe.
Yeah, what a face close-up, honestly. Glass eyes. Glass eyes, really? First, I have to kill the doll by hanging it. Then I must throw it into the bleh. It knows this and it's controlling Akane, trying to kill me. I have to throw it in, even if seeing the fight blinds me. My daughter must die again, and Akane must relieve the pain of losing her sister. If we didn't have this ritual, no one would have to feel that pain, that kind of pain. I see. Switch. It create out the 3 power-up lenses at one time. Really? What the flying fuck? Okay, so I need to attach eyes. And then I should be done. Maybe? I think I should be done if I attach eyes. Oh my god, this part is the one. What is this? The Kiryu Shrine Maidens. Move right doll 3. Okay. What? Hold on. Wait, what? Hold on, what? Unless the game comes out like Bam Love Me, I don't care. Oh. Ooh, I see. You collect a lot of shit, honestly. Okay, hold on. Three hours backwards. What? Okay, wait. Okay, cool. Ah, the dolls face each other now. What the fuck? Whoa! Now I have to fight this shit. Oh, I have to fight this shithead now. God damn. Really?
Why did you kill? Why did you kill?
Huh.
Why did you kill?
Why did you kill?
Why do you kill?
Yeah, man, why did you kill? Why did I kill? I don't even know. It's bad. It's super bad. Killing is bad.
I want to kill you.
I'll use this one instead. I got nothing much to do other than just use that. Oh my god, stop doing that, please. Jesus Christ. Okay, wait. No. Oh my god, dude. 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 Yeah, that's right, you little bitch. Get on the floor.
Why did you kill? Why did you kill?
God, I don't even know where.
I want to kill you.
Do I really have to find the fake one?
Why did you kill? Why did you kill? I want to kill you.
Okay, I guess it's me just finding the fake one. Which, that's the fake one. Where's this real one then? Was there no real one? Where's the real one?
Why did you
There we go, cool. Holy fuck, okay. Glowing crystal is lying where the girl doll was okay. Oh my god, finally, holy shit. It's done! Finally! Some mechanism is gonna fucking rise up now. Oh god, at least you're on the ground? Okay. What is this pale purple crystal?
Why do you kill? Don't kill. Don't kill.
Yeah man, why did you kill? Why did you kill? Why kill? Dude. Climb down, because I have nothing better to do than to just climb down now. Oh, this is the other side of the cavern. Okay. Can't remember where this one's at. What the flying fuck?
Are you leaving me again?
Ha 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 ha. Everyone's all laughing now. What the fuck? She just leave the camera? Oh my god, please don't leave the— You fucking left the cam— Oh my god, you fucking idiot! You dropped the camera, skirt, and oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh my god, what a dumbass I am. What a dumbass, what a fucking dumbass. Leaves the fucking camera and the flashlight, sure. What a fucking dumbass. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna ditch it. That's it, I'm just gonna ditch it. So now I have to fucking, what? Do this shit on my own now? Running away from fucking ghosts? While not having a camera anymore? Of course I don't have it.
I kept waiting and waiting.
Okay. Sure. Where the fuck am I? What place is this? Okay, so there's doors here. There's a room here. I can save here. Can I go into this door at least? Yeah, I can. Okay. So I guess this is the other side of the place. Is it? I don't know. Okay. It's jammed. Meds. I still have my meds. Can't believe I still have my meds. Okay, does anyone know how many chapters are there in this game? Like, I haven't even googled this fucking thing. I know the last, weirdly enough, the last fucking game had like four or five chapters. How many chapters are there in this game? Because it's Yae, Itsuki has been taken away somewhere. How come? Itsuki did nothing to her. It's all her fault. It's all for running away or whatever it is. Okay, there's nothing right here. Okay. Film Reel 5. So now I'm just going through doors. Am I just trying to find my way back to whatever it is and try to get the camera back? I probably am. This looks like I'm just finding my way out. Hold on. Oh, I'll go there, I guess. Wow. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Am I supposed to fucking... Oh my god, I'm supposed to run away from them. Jesus Christ. How many of them are there? Like, holy fuck. Jesus Christ, it's like 5 of them right here. Or no, I can't count. 3 of them. Okay, let me actually go towards the one place that I needed to go. I think that was one place that I needed to go. It's like right here or some shit. This one. Is that straight to the left? Straight to the left. What is this place? What? Is this the same place? This is the same place, okay. So I guess I had to take a picture of that sooner or later. And this as well, wow, okay. What is on my map? These 2 doors are closed because they're powered by stupid fucking aura energy. Have I been here before? Like, have I been? Yeah, I have been in this fucking room before. So now my question is, like, whether or not... You know what? Yeah, I can go upstairs. Like, the only way I can think of is just to go upstairs now. Because I don't know where to go. Okay, there's another cutscene. Cool. Oh my god, it's fucking Mayu. I almost said Mia. Mayu. Mayu's back. What up?
Mayu.
What up, bitch? Are you gonna go through the fucking door? Please don't tell me you're gonna go through the door. Oh, it's this laughing bitch again. Hey, yo. What up? Hey, yo, what up? Go to the door. I'm not gonna go to the door. How you doing, Sephi? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck am I supposed to... Ah! Am I dead?
My.
No! I died! Fuck! Doing well, how are you? You should... I'm doing, like, tired. I'm doing, like, tired. I die. What the flying fuck, bro? Hey, Elite. That was surprising. I didn't know what to do. What was I supposed to do at that point? Oh no. I'm back here again.
Waiting and waiting.
Run into the corridor you came from? Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Okay, let me just save here real quick and then I'll just do it again. I was kind of disregarding this fucking save point. Because I didn't realize I needed the save point. Okay, let's go up here again. And if I die, I just die.
You won't leave me alone again, right?
Okay, what is this? Huh? I just went into a door. I just went into a fucking door and that's about it. What the flying fuck? I still need to find this fucking camera. Am I supposed to be hiding? Hide and seek or some shit like that? Oh. She gonna bust through that door. She's gonna bust through that door, that's for sure.
Mayu.
Is she gonna
Open the door.
bust through the door? Am I going in a circle? Wait, hold on. Oh, I need to see this map. Am I literally going in a circle? No. Okay, cool. This is like the literal fucking place I need to go. Oh shit, a key. There's a doll with the red core ties.
Why did you leave me back then?
I didn't. I'm trying to save you, dumb fuck. I was trying to save you, man. Is there like another way for me to get out of here? Hello. Holy shit, you are fast. Holy fuck! Motherfucker's fast, bro! Jesus Christ. Got out of there. No, please don't. No, 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 no. Please don't. Oh, she saw you. Nope, she saw you. I could have sworn she saw. Could have motherfucking sworn she saw.
She is gone.
What? How the fuck do you miss that? Motherfucker missed. Really? She missed. She missed that opportunity. What the fuck is that? To go all the way out. Stuck fast, I guess. There's a single doll standing on the mechanism. There are 2 buttons on the device. Maybe it just works on the other device you saw. Uh-oh. I really have to go back there? Okay. Well, time to go back to whatever it is. Wherever it is. Oh my god, no, 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 no. No, I'm fucked. I am fucked. I am fucked.
When you come back, you kept waiting.
I am fucked. I am fucked. Run! Run! Get out! Run! You fucking idiot! Let's go!
Sister.
Go fuck yourself, you fucking idiot! You can't go into the door, you stupid dumbass! Okay, hold on. Oh no, it's this fucking thing! Oh no! Okay, I have to look at my phone now. This is the stupid fucking mechanism! Okay, this is the mechanism that I need to look at my phone for. Hold on. This is so shit! This is so fucking shit. Okay. 1.5, 2, 4.5. Okay. How do I do this? I'm gonna be fucking brain dead tired. Jesus Christ, bro. Unlock the door. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Cool. I actually got through that. Oh, yeah.
Stay with me.
Sorry, bitch. I ain't gonna stay with you. I'm getting the heck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Wait. Hold on. So the first floor I didn't really have to do anything, huh? It's just that I was just supposed to go to the second floor and that's about it. I see. And now I have to go back and take my fucking camera obscura back. Oh god. Oh, but yeah, I had to fucking, okay, once I get my camera obscura back, I think I can take a picture of the fucking doors that I haven't gone to yet. Yeah. Fucking Dr. Disrespect right now. Yeah. Is she gonna drop down again? Oh! Yeah. This is the best fucking, this is the best ghost out of every ghosts I've encountered so far. Like, that one is like the best one ever. Oh shit, hello. Best ghost ever in the game is just that fucking ghost that falls down like every single fucking time because, oh hello. An orb. What? I thought that's fucking... Isn't that just 5? Yeah, isn't that just 5? What are you talking about? There's no bikini mod for this one. What is this 5, you dumb fuck? It's 5. This ain't 5, this is fucking 2. HJ lied again. Yo, HJ lied? What the fuck? Oh, hello. Oh, thank God. Thank God I fucking got my shit back, you know? I make mover. True. Okay, let me actually look at this thing real quick. Oops. What? Rocks. There you go. Damn, what the fuck? Hey, yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? That guy with the fucking face. Hey, yo, what up? I safe. Alright, now I can actually take pictures of doors now. Oh, where? What do you mean, oh, where? This is gone. This is gone. Okay. So there are doors. Presence you were feeling in front of the door is gone now. What do you mean I'm only 52? Okay, how many chapters are there in this game? How many chapters are there in this game? What do you mean I'm 52% in? That's not fair. If I'm just 52% in. No one tell me how many fucking chapters are there. Come on, do it now. How many chapters are there? You know what? These films are just fucking copium Resident Sleeper, honestly. Okay, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 5 and 6. That's about it. Okay. Wait, that's actually 15? Oh my God. If that's 15, I'm gonna fucking, like, not stream. I'm gonna, like, stop fucking streaming. What are you talking about? 15. 10? Are you sure? You can never stop? Copium, dude. Like, legit, please, someone just look at the fucking, I don't know, look at the... No, until the game is finished, and then we'll allow you to sleep. Copium, man. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream unless someone gifts 50 subs, then sure. What the fuck is this? Itsuki told me to hold the key for his room. He said I can't let anyone go in there. He said if his friends come to give him the give the key to his friend. I'm so happy that he gave me such an important job. Itsuki's friend came to the house. I got scared, so I hid. I couldn't give him the key. Yeah, Corvallis, carve out the money right now. I want 50 subs right now. In order for me to finish this game, no, in order for me to do a 24-hour stream. Ew, what the fuck? There's that fucking thing in the drawer. Are you sure there's nothing in the half open drawer? I see something. What is this thing? The fuck? Hey, Alchem. Honestly, it's very copium at the moment. Hey, Teddy. All I'm gonna say is that I got peer pressured. Congrats on getting into GDQ. You got 2 games in, how dare you. I was like, how the fuck do you get 2 games in? I hated the Salamander fucking game, but I like the Sumo one. And I thought you would get in with a longer game, but sure. Yeah, you got in with like the shorter ones. Fuck. Guess GDQ wanted like more games. Go to sleep. Not until I finish this game, smile. Not until I get my slot on GDQ, smile. I want my slot on GDQ. Right now.
Suki. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey yo, what up, man? Crying Mayu? That's... Bell design, okay.
Back my brother.
What the fuck? No, shut the fuck up. Yeah, can you give me 5 GDQ slots? Of course. Give me 5 GDQ slots, please. Copium. The day after the ceremony, my brother Itsuki came back alone. His black hair was white. Oh, is that the fucking guy in the fucking prison that backseats me? I'll still give you 0 slots. That's okay. I had the worst fucking submissions yeah, I had the worst submissions for this AGQ. It was like the shitty one. Got 4 of the games were sequels. And then only Muscle March, but I have a better backup for the next SGDQ, and I hope they actually like accept it. If it ever gets into hybrid again, so whatever. Where's my other brother Mutsuki Mutsuki gone? Since Mutsuki disappeared, Itsuki doesn't want to talk. He is still nice to me, but his eyes are always sad. What happened on the day of the ceremony? Itsuki gave me a bell. My eyes are not too good. The bell will tell him if I go near a dangerous place. Itsuki said he will always come when he hears the bell. What? Don't come when you hear the bell. You just never know what they're gonna go for. I mean, when they're yeah, there were like 2,000 submissions, but like, okay, I'm gonna be very, very like salty about it, and this is just me. I'm just salty. Some people have 2 games in, and that's all I'm gonna say. Some people had 2 games in, and that's a lot of people who actually got 2 games in as well. So I guess it's just me being salty. And Final Fantasy VII was with a 7-hour estimate, so that's me being a bit salty. But you know, it is what it is. I don't care. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Etro Knight, thank you for the follow again, much appreciated. But yeah, like, it is what it is. I don't really care. I hope you're doing well. It is what it is. I don't care. Fucking whatever it was just, you know, they robbed you a slot. I agree. Got one of the long RPG games they accepted this time. Way too long, honestly. It's just way too fucking long. Like, why would they accept that long of a run? But whatever, I don't care. It is what it is. It's the game list. The only way I could actually get in again is by like submitting another game to the second submission phase, which I need to find a game that is that was released after September 1st, which I don't think I could find a game that was released after September 1st, so I'm gonna be very copium. So yeah, whatever. My eyes are not too good. The bell will tell him if I go near the... Okay, wait. He said even if I am hiding away and crying, he will find me. Jesus Christ. You hear something underneath the floor. Is there something down there? That was the bell. It's the fucking bell. Are you in here? You're in here. Hello? I mean, you can tell how many hours have I streamed. Damn, what polygons, man. What polygons, dude. Okay, I need to stop using them. Just go on with using this thing. I think I'd rather have them stunned or something. We'll see. Oh my god, okay. Oh shit, wow. That doesn't do anything good. Oh shit! Oh shit, what's happening? I can't see shit now. Okay, she's there. He's there, I don't even know. He, she, it. Pronouns, man. What are your pronouns? Yo, dude, what's your pronouns? He, she, it. They, them. Fuck are you doing? What the flying fuck is this dude doing? Like, legit. Okay, there we go. Huh? Yeah, short stream, that's for sure. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's right. Go on the floor, you little bitch. Oh shit, I missed it! Oh man, I missed the fucking stun! I missed the stun! Oh my god, I missed the stun seed. Guys, do you know that stun seed backwards? Oh god. Did you know that stun seed backwards is fucking these nuts? Oh my god. This is so fucking annoying now. Oh my god, just fucking... Jesus Christ, dude. Really? How did I... Okay, whatever. I just need them to grab me again. I'm just gonna say them because I don't know what the pronouns are. It's like literally I don't know what the pronouns are. Oh no. Are you fucking serious? Can I fucking... Oh my god, this is so fucking... This is like the shittiest fucking... Oh my god, I missed! Oh, because I fucking pointed downwards, that's why. Get out of here. Get out of here, you fucking child. Are you serious? She got stun seed, or they got stun seed. I don't know. Are you kidding me? Turn. Whatever. Jesus Christ. What is this gameplay, bro? I can't figure out a better gameplay of this fucking game. Cool. I saw her, but like it's so fucking hard to even see. Look at that shit. Look, look, look. Wow, paranormal activity right there, bro. Are you kidding me? I can't even fucking take a picture of this shit. This is a little shit. Oh my god, flip around, you fucking... Okay. There you go, fucking she dies. They die. I don't even know the pronouns, what the fuck? Your pronouns are now he, him. Both inside and outside are pitch black, nobody is in the house, but I feel a presence. Itsuki, help me, I'm so scared, I can't get out of the closet, help me Itsuki. Oh wait, this is fucking... Mutsuki. Or whatever it is. Matsuki? Matsuki. Lost were, I guess. Because she's dead. Oh, dead. They're dead now. Lost were. That's right. That's right. Gone forever, man. Oh, is this the boarded up place? Yeah, that place is boarded up. Okay. I guess I can go all the way back down. Or I can go here again. Wait, what's here? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Wait, what's here again? I don't remember. Whatever. I don't remember what that one is. I would have to like go back there again just to actually remember. What? There's an object on the shelf. Oh. Cool, we got more 90 films. I met Yaya inside. The ceremony master says that says they will be the shrine maidens in the next ceremony. I asked them about Itsuki, but they wouldn't answer. The last letter of Itsuki said to come for Saya and Yaya on the day of the ceremony. I wonder if he was trying to help Yaya and Saya escape from the village. Okay. I guess he tried, but now he's like in jail or some shit. Fucking in jail for fucking backseating. Motherfucker just likes to backseat, bro. Motherfucker was a fucking Corvallis and tried to backseat people. That's why. And then he got locked up in jail. That's right. I'm going this way. What is this door again? I just need to remember what this door was. Oh, this was the bridge door. Oh! Oh, I remember now. Yeah, this was the bridge door. Oh, so that was the bridge. Okay. Okay, now I remember what door it was. Okay, so I just had to go down then. That was the only thing that I need to do right now is just to go fucking downstairs and then I think that will be a good idea, I think. We'll see. I don't know. Okay, I can go this way because I never gone this way yet. Wait, is this the part where I could actually do a save here? It is the part that I could do a save here. Oh, okay. Like, I remembered about this place being a save. Yeah, let's go straight. Because I think there was this one part that I still need to go to, which is like a fucking door. Like a big fucking door. Stop fleeing, you fucking idiot. I think it's here. If I'm not mistaken. Wait, hold on. Was that a blue aura? No, there's no blue aura. Okay. What is here? Big room. Is it big room or what the fuck is this? Oh, it is big room. Okay, hold on. So I still need to take this whatever fucking bullshit thing. Cause there is a fucking this is fucking thing in there. Like what the fuck? I wanna take that thing. Oh, it's a fucking hell. It's a stone mirror, which I don't need a stone mirror. Wait, why? Yeah, weird question. Why doesn't my stone mirror work on those enemies? That's the weird question. I think, does it only work with fucking shit enemies and not like the very big boss enemies? Because I had my stone, like my stone mirror, whatever it is, for like the longest of times, and I don't see it used at all. So I was like, huh, what gives? I think it's this way right now because all the other fucking places that I need to go to are just this way. And I need to kill fucking whatever it is. I need to kill these fucking 3 guys as well, which I need to remember to kill 3 guys. Okay, what is this one again? Huh. Oh, it's just, yeah, because it's a fucking girl. Oh, who can live this world like this? Oh, she's a fucking girl. That's why. Yeah, chicks can't do swords like that. Hey, Gorshat. I hope you're well. I'm tired. That's all I can say. I'm tired. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I hope you're doing well yourself. What? Okay, do I really need to fucking fight these guys? Winterizing. I mean, that's okay. I mean, as you can tell, I'm streaming for about almost 13 hours now, so. And by the way, because I've been streaming for 13 hours, the sun is rising. So, my viewers peer pressured me to fucking stream, and I was like, oh fuck me, because I didn't want to stream, and then my viewers were like peer pressuring me to fucking stream until I finished the game, and I was like, yeah, fine, sure. And then look where I am right now. I'm fucking 13 out. Yeah, it's literally past 7 a.m. right now. Like, I literally fucking watched the sunrise. Get some food. I ate on stream. I ate on stream. That's all I'm gonna say. I ate on stream. I ate instant noodles on stream, and that's about it. That was my food for the day. I'm just gonna say this. That was my food for the day. Just eating a fucking instant noodles on stream. That was it. Cause when I started streaming, I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna eat food anyways because I'm probably gonna stream for like 8 hours and then that's about it. And then, yeah, look what happens. 100 for my suffering, true.
For your suffering.
Thank you for the 100 bits. No, Duo, you can't eat. I can't eat, Copium, man. That's what they all say. I can't eat. One of them is dead. I think this one's gonna die. So I think there's one more left, I think. Whoa. Oh shit! Hold on. But hey, you know, it's like fasting, you know? Like legit fast. You don't fucking eat anything. You fast. Which one is about to die? This one is about to die. So that one's dead. Which one's about to die? What the fuck? How you doing, C Cool? By the way, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 100 bits again. Nah, it's me this time. It's me this time. I can totally show you guys. This is not fake me that streamed porn. It's actually me who didn't stream and not streaming porn. This is not Jiro. Yeah, at the time someone like fucking hacked into my account and fucking streamed porn. I was like, holy shit, dude. How you doing, Sublime Mime? Sitting down with dinner right now. Wait, time zones are weird. I just got back. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, someone hacked into my account like a long time ago and fucking, you know, streamed porn. I was like, yeah, sure, that's cool. And then I fucking almost lost my fucking Twitch account because of that one guy who literally hacked into my account and streamed porn. So I'm glad that it didn't happen, honestly. I mean, I'm glad that my Twitch account didn't like get deleted, you know. My god, what is with these fucking guys, dude? Oh my god, stop, bro. Okay, hold on. Oof. It was like fucking squirting for her daddy. I don't even know. Creamy squirt for her daddy. Whatever it was. That was what it was, man. Like fucking squirting, creamy squirt for her daddy. It's like Omega lol. 49K. Oh. So I just came here for just for nothing and just killed all these bunch of fucking guys. I see. Wait, can I go into this door then? Yeah, quite cool. It was legitimately just creamy squirt for daddy, and it's like so fucking copium, honestly. It was so bad porn. Whatever. What is this? Project. You know what? Yeah, let me actually just go to the projector room. Squirt speedrun any percent. Dude, how can you do squirt speedrun any percent? You need to fucking harass the fucking woman until they squirt. Oh, you know, ask her to drink water and then like go and then touch her and she squirt. Hey, lost. Straight up. Straight up? Is it straight up? Wait, hold on. Turn around, straight. Oh god, I had to go here. Yeah, turn around straight. Okay, turn around straight up. So like this. To make weird sound eating. Yeah, I remember that one. Like, I remember that very clearly. Okay, yeah. Turn up straight up. So it's like this way. I hope you're doing well, Bullet. Well, I'm enjoying it. The problem with myself right now is that I'm fucking tired. And I want to finish this game. But I don't know how many chapters are there. I literally can't figure out how many chapters are there because I'm at fucking Sai at the moment, which I think is chapter 7. I really don't know how many chapters are there. If I really do need to like, if there's like 5 more chapters, I'm legitimately gonna stop stream and then hopefully like finish it tomorrow or some shit like that. Because I heard it's like about 9.5 hours, which I wanted to actually play this game for 9.5 hours, but like I don't know how fucking long is this game. If this game is like super fucking long, I'm gonna be really fucking pissed. Holy shit, a well. Door seems to be locked. Film reel 6. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, how many chapters are there? Like, legit, how many chapters are there? FBI, open up! God. My Squeezy, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. 10 chapters? Okay. Yeah, then I'll try to finish it today then. This is the only time that I could try to finish it today. So whatever. How's your stream? Hope your stream went well. Hello guys, my name is Jewel. I'm very tired. My name is Jewel. I'm very tired. That's all you need to know about me right now. I'm very tired. I hope your stream went well. Dang, he's tired. I'm very tired. How are you doing? Awesome. I got sacred water. Hope yours is going well. I'm gonna try to finish this game. If I can't finish this game, then whatever. I'll just try to finish it tomorrow or something. Oh, fuck me. Stop doing that. Okay, what is this? 0. What? Are you oh my god. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I just don't care about reading. I really don't care about reading right now. Yeah, I've been streaming for about almost 13 hours. I'm going crazy, man. Okay, hold on. Okay, where are you? Dude, stop crying. Shut the fuck up. Get pictured. Get pictured for my fucking Oni Ghost fans. Yeah, get pictured for my Oni Ghost fans. There we go. That's it. You're dead. You're done for. Goodbye. My Oni Ghost fans is pretty good. What is that? Is that a feet? Like, oh, it's Pyramid Head. Oh my god. I thought the fucking Pyramid Head looked like a fucking feet. I was like, what the fuck does? Why does it look like a feet rather than like an actual Pyramid Head? Okay, hold on. Let me check shit right now. I can go upstairs to wait. What the fuck is this? Oh wait, is this oh, this is downstairs. Okay, what is this area again? Seems to be locked. Oh my god, dude. Dude! More Type 14 at least. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I was supposed to read the books, but I don't even know if I want to read the books or not. Okay. Go down here. Is this the place? Wait, is this the place that I go down from? Hold on. What the fuck is this again? I'm very confused. I'm very confused. I'm legitimately confused right now. Where the fuck is this? Did I come from here? I did come from here. Oh, it's the well shit. Oh. Do I have to go in the basement or some shit? Hold on. What is this map? That door is locked. I can't go in there. Fuck myself. The door is locked. Shit. Would that mean that I had to get the fuck out of here? No, I can't because I need to get a key. I just realized that I still need to get a key from somewhere. What? I can't go out from here. Up this place. No, you go here. What the fuck is this? Oh, that door is locked. Oh. Wait, how about me just going here then? Is it? What? Wait, what? Huh? I don't understand. Wait, is this door locked? This door is locked because of fucking... Who's in there? Yeah. Huh. Okay, so I had to go to the stairs. Right here then. So I had to just go down. What? Okay, at this point, if anyone wants to backseat me, sure. If anyone want to backseat me, sure. I'm already very tired and I'm like very confused of where to go. Am I legit going the right direction. That's all I want to know. Am I actually going the right direction? Cause I think I'm supposed to go to one of the plays, which is like a fucking, I don't know, some place where I need a key. That's all I need. That's all I know. There's some place where I need a key. Okay, so I go out from here. I go where? Hold on. I just need to see this map again. I go down the stairs. Okay, and then I hope that the stairs actually bring me up to the place that I need to go to. If not, I'm kind of like really fucking stumped and I don't know where to go. Is this the stairs? Did I go up the stairs before? Yeah, that's the question. Have I gone up these stairs before? I don't think I've... No, I did! Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. So, there's a room that I need to go to later on. Here? Ah, yes, okay, here. Okay. Is this gonna unlock the door? Yeah, it's gonna unlock the door, okay. But it doesn't fucking bring me anywhere. It just doesn't bring me anywhere! Where? Okay, is this door locked? It's not locked. Okay, cool. That's probably like one of the last doors that I need to look into. What the f... What the... What? I never played this game before. This is Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame is one of those games that it's very well liked in the community. I mean, it's kind of a cool game, but also at the same time, like, you know, I think it's very... Hold on. A bell. I need bells again. Maybe I'm supposed to go to that one place where, like, you know, that had bells. I just don't remember where. Is it that hallway right there? Please tell me there's bells here. But yeah, Fatal Frame is one of those games that like was released like a very long time ago because this game is like really fucking well deserved. I really did like it. The only problem is that like right now I'm just taking way too fucking long. Eh. It's like way too fucking long now. What? Right now I need to find a key. I need to find a key to... Okay. My objective right now is to find a key and that's about it. Like if I can find a key to where I'm supposed to go, that's about it. Because like I just need to unlock that door to fucking Mayu. And then be like home stretch free or some shit like that. But I have no idea where it is. And I don't know if anyone knows about this game. If anyone knows about this game, sure, please backseat me. But like I legitimately right now I just don't know where to go. I always struggled with them as a kid. I also struggled with them as a kid. Like whenever I like play these kind of games, I never finish them. I remember playing like Fatal Frame 1 and I never finished playing Fatal Frame 1 until like a few days ago. And that's because I had the determination to actually finish the game. I need to fucking figure out what this fucking room is. What? Okay. I think I need to find a place where there were bells or some shit like that. Like I need to find that one specific place where bells were heard, and if I could actually find bells, then yeah, that would be a good thing. I just right now I don't remember if any kind of bells actually rang. I did it with Clock Tower. I need to finish up Clock Tower, honestly. I need to actually play Clock Tower. That's the thing, I need to play Clock Tower, but like, you know. I only speedrun Clock Tower because someone wanted me to speedrun the game. And I remembered why. I never played, like, Clock Tower to its fullest. Oh, where is this thing? Come on, man. Is it in that little dumb fucking place? But yeah, I had to find this one place with the bells. I don't remember. Save state. There's a door here. I think it's locked. That one's locked because of fucking Mayu. This part is the bridge part. Am I supposed to go to the bridge? Yeah. I don't even know if I'm supposed to go to the bridge. You know what? I probably just have to Google this. Okay, unless someone knows where I'm going, I'm probably gonna Google it. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna Google it to find out what am I supposed to do. Because I need to find that one fucking key, and I know what that key is. I just don't know whether I have the energy to actually, like, fucking find that key. I saw Iski's sister in the corridor. She's usually fighting on strangers and he runs away and hides, but today was different. It seems like she wanted to tell me something, but she ran away without saying a word. Maybe Itsuki left a message with her. I'm likely gonna see if someone actually would help me, to be fair though, because I wanna have like someone who could help me with the thing, rather than just me just finding it out for myself, because I don't know if anyone has ever played this game and finished this game and remembers where to go, because I don't know, like, searching it up is gonna take me a while to search it up even, so I think it would be a better idea for me to like say like, oh, if anyone want to backseat, sure, but like I honestly have no clue what am I supposed to do unless, you know, I go talk to that fucking backseater boy who's in a whatever place it is. It's locked up in jail. Where's Clout Mark when you need him, honestly? Where's Clout Mark when you need him? I'm just... I don't know. Are we ready to get through this? We'll see. Thanks. Have a good night's sleep, my dude. Don't worry. Don't worry about raiding and running. Just for the wrong game, true. Hey, Jujitsu. All I'm gonna say is that I'm aimlessly running around in circles and I do not know what to do. I really have no idea what to do. I'm trying to figure out what to do right now, but I don't think I know what to do unless it's like fucking obvious to me, but I don't know if it's obvious. I really just do not know if it's obvious or not. Real life simulator, totally. I'm gonna Google this. Okay, fine. I'm gonna Google this. I fucking do not know what to do. I legitimately am spending, like, God knows how long. And I don't know what to do. I'm gonna open Google. Yeah, I'm just gonna open Google. Wait, there's 9 chapters. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. 7. Is it here? It's here. What? I don't know where I'm at. I legitimately am. I do not know where I'm at. Hold on. He's watching his. I'm not watching a speed run. I'm legitimately fucking looking at a guy right now. I'm just looking at a guide. Wait. Huh? Wait. Wait a minute, what? So I was supposed to fight the fucking goal somewhere, and I didn't get the key. What? Yeah, that's strange. I didn't get the key. Huh. Okay. What gives, honestly? I was supposed to get a key, I just didn't get a key. Do I have to repeat this fucking place again? Oh god, if I had to repeat this place again, I'm just gonna fucking, you know, just fucking quit stream right now. If I really had to fucking redo the whole fight again just to get a key, I probably have to like fucking, you know. Maybe? I don't know. I was supposed to get the key after like fighting the chick who was right around here. Okay, wait, hold on. What is this? It's Mayu. It looks like she's trapped inside, but the door is locked. We'll have to find a key. Once you have checked the door, Crimson. Check the door? What? Well, one of them had the key. I just... It was the bell girl over here that had the key. I somehow was able to soft lock the game and I can't fucking get the key anymore. Or where am I? I'm in this room, okay. Oh my god. Wait, no. God damn it. I thought it was that one. I was like, yes, please. Please give me the thing. 13 hours. I want to fucking die. I wanted to finish this game. I don't think I can finish this game. This game is fucking trash right now because it doesn't want to give me the fucking thing that I need. And I don't know whether I don't know whether I actually... Wait, hold on. Oh my god, hello. Please, please, I want to fucking fight you. Let me fight you, please. Fucking cry at the corner, please. That's right, bitch. Cry at the corner. I'm gonna get that key afterwards, you fucking go. No one likes you. Alright? No one gives a fuck about you. You're a child. That's how I treat childs in real life. You fucking idiot. Don't take it seriously. I treat children well. Smile. But only in this occasion where like this fucking child is gonna fuck you, dude. Stop. No. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. Yeah, only on this occasion where this child's shit. Look at her, she's crying like a little baby, dude. Cry my fucking ass off, bro. Taiju is fun. I guess? I don't even know. Where is she? Go. God. Scariest of all time, maybe more under the fucking shittiest of all time. Look at her! What the fuck is she doing? Bro! Okay, hold on. Yeah, get fucked, bitch. Bro, I can see you running around. I can see you running around, you little dumbass. Okay. Oh, shit. Scared the fuck out of people. More like fucking, they're pussies, that's why. People who fucking think that this game is fucking scary, they're pussies, dude. How much of big pussy are they? Oh, god damn it, look at that shit. Oh shit, oh I'm scared. Oh no, fucking this is gonna come out of my fucking face. Wow. Go fuck yourself, you little bitch. I think Blackwater is scarier than this game, like honestly. I think Blackwater is scary. This game is like shit. I mean, it is what it is. Think you're losing it? Because I'm fucking tired, I guess. And oh god. What? Where's this thing? Come on! Oh fuck me! Where is this fucking thing? What the thing else doesn't a motherfucker true. But also, where's the thing? Where's this fucking thing that I've been searching for this whole fucking time? Bro! Huh? Are you serious? I don't even have the key! Oh wait, no, wait! Hold on. Oh, bro! Oh, bro. No way. No fucking way. No fucking way I have to do this. Oh, no fucking way. I reread it. No. No, I'm finding the bell key. There's no fucking way I'm gonna do this right now. You know what I had to do? I had to kill this fucking girl 5 times. I've killed this girl twice. So it's a fucking hide and seek. Oh my god. Oh god, it's fucking hide and seek right now. Oh my god. Oh, it's literally just hide and seek. I had to kill this chick 5 times. And then I get the key from her. Are you fucking out of your mind, game? Okay. Do I cross the bridge or do I not cross the bridge? Suspecting a lot from the player. Well, I had to just go and fucking do hide and seek then. That's the only thing that I have to do right now is just fucking do hide and seek now. Because it's literally what I had to do. It's just literally just hide and seek. Okay, but now the question is, where is she? Yeah, the question right now is where is she? I read the thing. I was like, oh, okay, I had to kill her. Like, I just had to kill her, and then I realized because I reread again. I'm tired. That's why I reread again. It's fucking 5 times. How is it? How am I gonna kill her 5 times now? That is a stupid thing. I had to kill her 5 times now. Shut the fuck up. Hey, would you expect that much work to kill someone 5 times? Tell me that. Tell me right now. Would you want to kill someone 5 times just to get a key? I don't think I will. No, wait, I killed her like 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I killed her 3 times. I'll do it more than 5 times. Okay, think about it. If you spend like 13 hours playing this fucking game, what would you do? And you have to kill fucking someone 5 times. Would you really be sure about, like, you know? Would you really be sure of wanting to just kill someone 5 times and then still continue? I would delete my channel. True. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. That's like legitimately. That's what I would do. Delete my fucking channel. And then all Minecraft. Is it as bad as no? Okay, maybe. Maybe it is, but also at the same time, like, it is what it is, I guess. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I don't even know where this shit is at, so I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. You know what I just realized? You know what I just realized? This is the first bathroom break. Of all 13 hours, this is the first bathroom break that I had. Huh. So I didn't piss for 13 fucking hours until just now. Wow. I'm very dehydrated, I guess. Bladder of fucking steel? More like I'm fucking dehydrated. And it's time for me to drink water right now. I bet she's in fucking closets then. Working overtime? Jesus Christ. Get out, bro. Okay, I think there was this one place that I think that she would be in, which is the... hold on. Where am I going? Is this towards the stairs? It is towards the stairs. Wait, is it towards the stairs? It is towards stairs. Okay, cool. There's this one place that I think that she would be at, and that place would be the actually, yeah, that place would be one of the rooms that I think she would be in. It's the one that, like, she says, like, fucking, excuse me, help me, that fucking room. But I don't know where that room is because I'm fucking tired and I don't know where anything is right now. This is the place that I killed her, or like I killed her again. So I just have to do this thing maybe 2 more times, I think. Okay, okay. Hold on. Is it this room? Please tell me it's this one. No. Okay. Okay, maybe if she's gonna be in places that, like... Hold on. How about the other room? I think it's the other room then. Could be the other room. Hey, maybe here? Flyers, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Hope your stream went well. If you want a proper intro, I can't be arsed to do a proper intro. So hello guys, my name is Jew or Jew Wars. I am a speedrunner. I'm playing this game. I told myself I want to complete this game, but I'm fucking tired. I don't even know whether I can actually finish this game right now. Hope you're doing well, Flannel. Please tell me if she's in here at least. If she's gonna be like around here. Okay, she's not gonna be around here. Wait. What is this door again? Yeah, that's gonna be my question, is this fucking girl gonna be in, like, this area of the fucking place? You've been playing it for 13.5 hours. My viewers peer pressured me to finish this game, and I'm like, I'm fucking tired. I don't know if I want to continue, and I'm fucking continuing. So blame my viewers who actually peer pressured me to fucking finish this game up. Can you guys peer pressure me to sleep instead? My only problem right now is that I don't know where to go because, yeah, my only problem right now is that I don't know where to go because, right now, I have to defeat this one chick, like 5 times, and I think I've already done it 3 times, I think. I don't remember. My brain is, like, fucking mushy, and I don't remember anything at all. And I'm just going around this fucking place just trying to find out what the fuck am I supposed to do? Oh my god. Bro, why the fuck are you guys here? Wait, hold on. Wait. So, weird question, or weird thing right now. Can I even get the fuck out of here? Okay. Can I get the fuck out of here? At least. Nope, can't get out of here. Okay. So I guess I'm trapped here until I could actually defeat the God knows how many fucking times the whatever it is. The goal. That's the goal. I don't know what to do. Keep playing, I'll gift another sub. I just wanna fucking kill this fucking girl. Like, legit. I think my only motive right now is just to kill fucking, like, girls right now. That's my motive right now. I just wanna kill girls. I'm trying to find them and kill them. There's nothing I could do right now other than to just kill fucking girls. Bruh. Thank you for the sub to Zudi. Appreciate it. Is it always in that fucking area? Like, legit? If it's in there, then I need to find this fucking... Like, if it's always in there, then I just have to find out whatever it is, then. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. If it's in that specific house, that means I have to go around the house and find the fucking... Yeah, I had to go around the house. Are you kidding me? Oh, bro, I had to fucking go from the other side. Oh my god. Oh, this is so shit right now. So I can't get out, nor can I get back in. Can I even go out from here? Yeah, I can't get out, nor can I go back in unless I go all the way back down again, which is so fucking bullshit. Angry Nate, thank you for the gift this out too. BB, much appreciate it. You did 12 hours. Here's a sub. More like I want to die. Oh my god. Fuck off, bro. What? Oh my god, I just realized where I needed to go. Fuck me, dude. I am just so stupid. I just realized where I needed to go. Hey, BB. Here! This is where I needed to go this whole fucking time. Oh, come on, man. Okay. So, okay. I need to go down. Go back to that house. Need to find the skull like 2 more times. And then I'm probably done. And then I just get this fucking... my sister out. And then... I don't know. We have fucking lesbian sister sex or some shit. You know? At the end of the game, I better expect some fucking lesbian sex or some shit, you know? Okay. Please, please, please. I just wanna fucking... Okay. Here's the thing right now. I just need to fucking find this go twice. Okay, I need to mark off places that, like, okay. Yeah, I need to mark off places that I've been before. Wait, BB, weren't you streaming? Like, what the fuck? I thought you were streaming. Yeah, weren't you streaming? The fuck? Oh, did you just end stream? Wait, where am I going? Oh my god, I legitimately was like, I don't know where the fuck I was going. I was supposed to go here. Is it? F? What do you mean by F? Okay. I've been through this part. Which part have I not gone to yet? That's the question. Maybe it's that fucking small fucking area. I don't even know. No, because no, wait, I killed that fucking dude over there as well. So I have been through the the floor already. Why are they just... Okay, yeah, I've been here. Okay, wait, you can see a pole, looks like a well on the floor. Okay, it doesn't make fucking sense, but sure. I need to cross out places that I've been to already. Like, I legitimately just need to cross out places that I've been to already. I've been here. 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 I've been everywhere. I honestly have been everywhere already. I have no idea where to go. Yeah, okay, yeah, I legitimately have no idea where to go now. Unless it's like, wait, hold on. No, it can't be, because... Okay, whatever, hold on. Who actually ran this game before? You. Where is this part in the game? Is this the part in the game? No, this is not the part in the game. Okay, so... Okay. Wait. Bro! Okay, bro. Okay. Okay, I think I know where to go. I hope I know where to go. There's one fucking area that I need to actually go to right now. But I think there's actually like 5 places. I'm not too sure about the last one, but I saw another one. Yeah, I just need to go there right now. And it's all the way nearing the end of it. Like, not the end of it. It's just like... fucking here. It's just that it wasn't there. It's just weirdly enough, it was here, but like I think I heard her crying in here. The problem was that I just didn't hear her clear enough, I guess. So it was in here this whole time. There. We're not locked in for the next 10 hours. Were you fucking serious? I'm gonna die, dude. I don't think anyone's gonna stay if I actually stream for like fucking another 10 hours, you know? Fucking RS25 is also gone. No one's gonna be here for the next 24 hours. But not 24 hours. God, I'm already tired. Fucking next 10 hours if I actually still stream for the next 10 hours, you know? I think everyone's gonna be gone. I would stay. No, you won't. Fucking, you know, Dice is gonna stream in the next god knows how many hours. No, you're not. Oh my god, please, please, please. Just let me just finish this, please. Oh my god. Is it unworth? I said 50 subs. I said 50, like 50. If you give me 50 subs, then it's worth. It'd be worth my time if it's 50 subs. Or even like 100 or some shit, you know? For real, no cap. And before like Dice sees this and I was like, match. Honestly, like match. Okay, where is this last one? I honestly need to know where this last one is. Oh, it's... Okay, cool. So it's just the... Okay, so it's just at the first floor, I guess. Well, like, that... It's just legitimately hiding. Like, hiding from... fucking... everyone. So this is like my last one, I think. Where the fuck are you? Why is her fatal frame so fucking shit? Hold on. I just realized this. Her Fatal Frame is so fucking shit. Hold on. Are you kidding me? I wasted my film over that fucking shit. I wasted my film. Really? Okay. Damn kids. Schmumbler, thank you for the 13-month resub. Congrats on getting into GDQ with cryostasis. Honestly, didn't realize that cryostasis could get in, but you know, it's one of those cool horror games that they actually took it in. Yes, it does. I'm presently surprised. The games list, all I'm gonna say is that it's pretty. Oh my god, hey Sam. It's pretty fucking mediocre, honestly. I'd rather have less Pokemon and less Sonic than like more of that shit. You know? And they put in 7 hours of Final Fantasy as well, which I'm very angry, you know? I'm very angry about 7 hours of fucking I'm very angry about 7 hours of Final Fantasy 7, but whatever. It is what it is. I think that 7 hours of Final Fantasy could have been better with like... Yeah, they were super fucking heavy for this one for some fucking reason. Like, for this... Oh my god! Fine! Get the fuck out of here, kid! You fucking suck! I fucking hate kids! Fucking... I hate kids. Kids are shit. No wonder fucking Schmumbler can't get a kid. Okay, that's very bad. I shouldn't say that. Maybe all the horror blogs and stuff you never expect them to pick. Honestly... Honestly, I expected Illbleed to get in. Like, I honestly expected Illbleed to get in because it was ran during the recent GDQ hotfix. And because it was ran in the recent GDQ hotfix, I can totally tell that it could get in, you know. So Illbleed, Nightmare Decay. Yeah, those two games were the ones that I kind of predicted that it will get in, because Nightmare Decay is one of those games that if I got in with Alyssa, Nightmare Decay would have gotten in 100%, because it's an Ari inspired game, and if they want to take in another Ari inspired game like Alyssa, they would take in Nightmare Decay. Illbleed is because punchy, and they did it during the GDQ hotfix that, like, you know, Illbleed is a really good game that deserves a lot of attention. That's about it. The other thing is that I'm at that door. The other thing is that I think BioShock got in. BioShock got in because, you know, it is what it is with the whole like new skips and stuff. Dead Space 3 because they wanted to continue the tradition of fucking sequels, and yeah, they actually had it. And then what else was there? I don't even remember what else is there. Yeah, what else was there even? Blacktastic and David TKI didn't even get into GDQ at all. Fuck, where's Maya? Mayu, sorry. This whole time, like, Mayu was in here, is gone again. There is something more indie horror games, but there's a lot of fucking mainstream franchise horror games that's there, like Resident Evil 7, Dead Space 3, BioShock. But they took in like Illbleed, Nightmare of Decay, Cryostasis. What else are there as well? He did submit, but like the problem is that he didn't submit Bloodstained. If Bloodstained was submitted, he would have gotten in. David TKI's is Super Hot would have gotten in as well if he submitted Super Hot, but they didn't. They both didn't submit whatever game was showcased the last time around. And games like, you know what? Yeah, games like Half-Life Alyx actually got in. Games like Lizard Lady got in because, you know, the last SGDQ it was supposed to get in. It was supposed to be ran, but the runner got banned from GDQ because he streamed fucking data on the GDQ hotfix, which got him a year ban. So someone else actually took over and they got in instead. So we got like 2 games already were supposed to be showcased in the last GDQ, but they showcased this GDQ. And then Metroid Dread is another game that they showcased last GDQ, but they got into this GDQ because it was a race. Itsuki, I played to read this. I can't stay in the village any longer. I told Yai and Sai and will come for them on the day of ceremony. When I get down and come back here. Okay, cool. Whatever. If we perform the Crimson Sacrifice, then Yai and Sai would not need to go through the ritual. But if our ritual fails, then they will be the only ones left. Oh, did you not know? Okay, here's the thing. There's 11 races. There's 11 races for GDQ, like for AGDQ. 11 races. I've never seen that many races ever. I don't know why they had like 11 races, but there's 11 races. If we perform the Crimson Sacrifice, then Yai and Sai would not need to go to the ritual. But if this is why true. But if our ritual fails, they will be the only ones left for the next sacrifice, and Yai and Sai out of the village. The horror has to stop. There has to be another way. I cannot let Yai and Sai suffer like this. The old passageway under Kureha Shrine has been sealed ever since some twins tried to escape through their long ago. Oh my god, I can't even read. I'm fucking tired already. The ceremony master said that they were killed by a cave-in during their escapes. Concerned, the ceremony master sealed the old tree which enshrines the remaining. Although the path is sealed, the passageway still leads out. Opening the seal should make it possible to leave the village. The pinwheel keys that open the seal have been handed down through the families of 4 veiled priests. I was able to find the pinwheel for this family in the storehouse. After passing through a passageway, you only have to run through the forest and remember to never look back. But those 2 have the willpower necessary. Okay, we got a crest and a fluorite. Oh my god, yes, finally.
Here. We can get out of the village.
Yes, get out of the village. Oh my god, you're back. Holy shit. Oh no. She's gonna go through the door? No. Wow. Damn, Booba Hug. I predicted that to get in. It's a really cool game.
I don't know what's happening to me.
Like that game is really cool. I predicted that to get in. It actually got in through awful games, and I totally accept it.
Don't leave me. Of course I won't leave you behind. I kept looking for you. Now let's get out of here.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. We're in the fucking second last.
It's beginning. Hurry. We need to get to the old tree.
Just gotta get home pouring. Okay, on my side, I hope to get one game in, at least one game in for SGDQ. But I don't know if it will get in. If it doesn't get in, then what? Okay, I want to tell you guys my next plan for SGDQ, because I've already planned it out. I'm gonna plan a few things out. One, I'm probably gonna submit Saw again. I'm probably gonna submit Saw, Remodeled Tormented Fathers again. That's a fucking whatever it is. Saw is gonna be one of them. Saw is gonna be one of them. Alright, Saw, probably remodded, but I'm not too sure if I would want to submit remodded. Madison is gonna be one of them, that's for sure, but I don't think they were gonna take in Madison. Even with the new skips, I don't know if they're gonna take in Madison, but hopefully they will. I had to like go back to that game and probably get a sub 40, if ever. So, and then there's another game called Come On Baby, and I never talked about this a lot, but I think Come On Baby would be a really good game for SGDQ. Alright? Yes, Come On Baby. So Saw, Madison, Remothered, Come On Baby, and probably Bishibashi. Oh no, sorry, Muscle March. So those are the those are the 5 games that I'm probably gonna like whatever it is, submit doing SGDQ. So 2 games are gonna be silly games. The others are gonna be horror games. Hey sis, thank you for the 121 bits.
Still going Jesus to 0 RS Monka.
Blame Twitch chat for peer pressuring me to actually continue on with this game. Yeah, blame Twitch chat for what? Oh yeah, I still have to fucking bring this fucking child. Do I have to talk to this child? Hold on, I need to talk to this fucking child thing. Blame Twitch chat for peer pressuring me to stream longer. Why is that legs? There's legs. What the fuck? What the flying fuck? There's legs. Where are their legs? I said to Twitch chat, if I were to fucking get 50 subs right now, I'm probably gonna... Oh.
Wait.
I told Twitch chat if I were to get 50 subs right now, I would fucking do another, what, 10 more hours of streaming, which probably won't happen, but like, it is what it is. Like 50 or 100, I don't know. It's either one of them. I can't be ours to actually do, like, fucking... You know, whatever it is. But yeah, I wanna submit Come On Baby. I wanna submit Come On Baby. I wanna submit Muscle March. I wanna submit Saw. I wanna submit Madison. I wanna submit Remodeled Tormented Fathers. That's all I wanna try to submit. for SGDQ, and I hope to get maybe one game in. Hey, you made it, Tamaki. What? What do you mean? Oh. Funny games are good, bad for SGDQ. Mine are mostly silly games. I don't think I have a game that is more silly than whatever it is. You know? But I honestly am not sure. So yeah, I honestly am not gonna be sure if I'm still gonna be around for SGDQ. If it's gonna be fully on-site, then I have no chance of getting in unless someone's gonna like people are gonna help like fundraise my trip to America, you know, and even fundraise my trip to ESA again. Other than that, I don't think anything would happen if SGDQ is gonna be fully on site again. And on top of that, I probably have to choose one marathon to actually go to, you know. They realize they can make the same money we got hotels cost. Yeah, but the other thing is also ESA as well. I mean, ESA would also like do the same thing as well. It's just, you know. ESA is doing fully on site, and I don't think it's gonna like help a lot, but it is what it is for now. Okay. There is a door right behind here, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no. Found a map of the passageway. Passageway? Cool. Passageway among the old books. It seems to be of an underground cave used for the ritual. It also looks like there might be a way out of the village. This exit was also accessible from the shrine grounds, but that way was sealed long ago. Oh wait, hold on. Did I get it? I didn't get it though. I really hate this mechanic. Like I think the I'm just gonna say this. I think Fatal Frame 1's mechanic is actually better than this. Yeah, you do, yeah. How many points do I even have? 30. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I really do hope that ESA would go online again, but we'll see. I honestly want ESA to be online again, but I don't think ESA is gonna be online again. GDQ is gonna be something that probably is gonna be online. I want, like, I kind of do want ESA to have more of the you know, I feel like I want ESA to have more of the online stuff than the on-site stuff. Yeah, what am I supposed to do now? Am I supposed to be here? Hold on. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here or not. Huh? Yeah, so I've already said it's mediocre at best because the lineup has many many mainstream games and not really a lot of variety, unlike the last GDQ SGDQ lineup. I think the last SGDQ lineup was like the best kind of showing of what a GDQ games list would be. That doesn't include like me being one of the runners. That kind of includes like plenty of very indie horror games, and a bunch of like really cool indie games that are actually showcased. And for this one, it's just like, nope. There's a lot of franchises, a lot of like fucking whatever franchises it is. So whatever. It's not my favorite, but it is what it is. I don't even know what to do. I just have to go here then. Dude, isn't a crowd? Why? Because, you know, a rerun. This is a rerun anyways. Hold up. Sorry. Late night is comfy as fuck, that's for sure. But like, honestly, like, we need more fucking, you know, we need more people to actually like watch the run, I guess. I don't know. Old Tree Village. How am I gonna go there because of the fucking whatever it is? Hold on. Oh my god, I'm just gonna run away right now. I'm not gonna care about that. What? Ah, whatever. Not gonna care about it as well. Yeah, I'd rather have like a lot of stuff going back online. But you know what? It is what it is. I think online fucking portion of like speedrunning marathons are really cool. I kind of honestly just really feel that I want a GDQ to be more online than on-site again. But like I said, it is what it is. Hey, Jokio.
I'm sorry, everyone.
If you could work the device at the old tree site. Where is the old tree site? What the fuck? Is this the old tree site? This is the old tree site. How do I go there? Yeah, that is the question, right? How do I go there? Oh! Oh my god, there's a fucking fork in the road. That's why. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. Duo made by new fame. What the fuck? What do you mean by that? How are you? I'm tired. Very tired. I'm doing alright, but I'm fucking tired, honestly. Like, I'm super tired. I mean, do you know how many hours I've been streaming so far? Yeah. That amount. That amount of hours. I don't even know why. Okay, there's a fork in the road. There you go. There's this fork in the fucking road. There you go. Can I give a pillow and blanket? Yeah, please. Very hentai bit. Oh my god! I had to go back there again. Fuck me. I had to go back there. I fucking wanna hate it. Like, you got a job? That's good. Great. That's great for you. Congrats. Honestly, a lot of people have been getting dubs lately. And I'm like right here just being... I'm just right here, just still fucking streaming. Start this Thursday. That's good. Oh my god, why? Why? Hello? What are you doing? Bro. Stay away from my fucking sister, please. Took me a year for this opportunity. Well, at least you're getting a job. That's all I can say. I mean, jobs are great. I can get that Series X. That's good. No, you don't have to carry your sister throughout the whole game. Like, my sister was there in the first place. It's just that, the whole time I've been going in and out trying to find my fucking, like, sister and shit, you know? So, it's more of like saving your sister, not carrying your sister, saving your sister. Because there's parts where she's like, oh, I'm trapped here, but then, yeah, afterwards, like, she's not trapped, and then afterwards, there are some parts where she's like, oh, help me, I'm fucking taken away because I got hypnotized by some fucking ghost, and yeah, and then you have to save her again. That's the ins and outs of it. That's like literally the ins and outs of it. Kinda, yeah. It is good. I like it. The problem was that okay, there were a little bit of the problem with the controls, and that's about it. I think the controls is like one of the things that I'm kind of like very much angry about. The other one is just the fucking whatever mission that you have to do it 5 times and then get the key. That's fucking ridiculous. I don't care. I don't think you can fuck this shit and leave her here. all endings with Fatal Frame 2? Wait, doesn't all end? Does how many endings are there in this game? Six? I'm not gonna do all endings with that many, no. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Six endings. Oh my god, I figured. Thank the Lord, Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, did he drop any? No. Can get one of the endings right away. Right away is in, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by right away?
Mayu! Just let me rest. Mayu, are you okay?
Spoiling right away. What do you mean by right away? You mean like at the when I finish this game or what?
Poor Itsuki. It's our fault.
Octagon key. Oh my god, bro. Wait. Octagon key. There's not even a mod here. Not even a Mai is here. I don't think even a Mai is here. Change play an important role in, important part in the ritual. In recent years, the government issued a decree. Decree that the first twin to come out is the eldest. Each region used to have its own rules until the decree. I guess it's decree was made. When I asked the ceremony master about the villagers' rules, he grinned and said, "The tradition is tradition. That tradition is tradition. This village still practices the old way." It's one of the bad end. I see. The twin is that is born second is considered the elder. I see. is it just this thing?
Deep in the
Yes.
cemetery, an altar at the Tsuchihara grave.
Octagon key. Oh wait. Wait, I think I know where to go.
Bridge that connects the twins' houses. A doll. On the wall.
Yeah, I fucking know where to go. Okay, cool. Somewhat, yeah, because you know this is like the literal version that I need to play. Wait, there's two paths? Why is there two paths? So I wanna fucking read the texts. That's why I'm playing the American version of. Wait, what do you mean by American version of Fatal Frame? This is like the U.S. version of it, like the English version. Why is the Japanese version like different? What? How different is that? I really just don't know how different it is. And if there's any difference, I just literally do not know. I'm only playing this fucking version is because I need to know what the fuck I'm reading. Usually, like with games like these kind of games, even if it's expensive games, it might be less endings. Okay, well, faster text, yeah, sure, but also at the same time, like, I don't know. It's a Wii. Isn't there a Wii edition for like all the Fatal Frame games? I know there's a Wii for like a Wii like edition or a Wii version for like all the Fatal Frame games. No, no, I don't think so.
It's our fault.
Okay, who asked? Corvallis, alright, shut the fuck up. No? Interesting. Okay, I knew that this key would go here anyways. Alright, open up the door and show me that fucking white boy. Hello, white boy. Are you in here? Oh my god, are you kidding me, white boy? Oh no. White boy killed himself. Oh, how tragic. Boo-hoo-hoo.
The ritual is
I like Made in the Blackwater because there's Booba, and I like Booba. Mass Luna is about to fucking come out on PC sooner or later.
If I can save you, I'm sure my brother will forgive me.
Oh. Oh, rip. Type 0 film, wow. Do you always like Booba? I mean, who doesn't like Booba? Like, for real, for real. I don't? What the fuck do you mean I don't? What? I like 5 because there's Booba. Will Mitsuki ever be able to forgive me? I could not make him into a butterfly. I could not become one with him. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Crystal ore. God, I only have like fucking 5, whatever it is left. Okay, it's a map. Oh God, do I really have to fucking... Oh no. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna read a fucking diary anymore because there's way too many fucking things to read. We didn't do the sex. Sure. Okay. What? Why is it marked like this? Ugh. Well, not until I finish this game. I'm already about to finish it, I guess. We'll see. Copium, I'm not finished. I know there's like one more chapter after this, and that's about it. This is 8, right? This is literally 8. The last chapter is the next one. Unless you're telling me there's gonna be another one more chapter, which I'm gonna be fucking copium. Oh my god, it's 14 film. You sound like almost 15 hours of stream. I think I'm blind. Hell, what do you mean I think I'm blind? Okay, but now my question is, do I need to take the fucking discs back? Simpsons reference? I don't know any kind of fucking reference right now. I'm like legitimately tired and I don't know any kind of references. Huh. What am I here for? Okay, yeah, what am I here for? I don't understand. Okay, what is this? What? You should head to sleep. Okay, how far am I from the end of this game? The question right now is how far am I till the end of this game? Yeah, I dropped off Mayu. What? Damn, what a face. Oh yeah, go hiding. I forgot about go hiding. Okay, hold on. I just need to know where the fuck am I going. Cause I literally don't know where the fuck I'm going. Is it in this room or something? I feel it's like somewhere, like, they have the crosses like in like a specific room. I don't think it's gonna be like a cross for like the whole fucking place. It's probably like a cross for whatever place it is, you know? Okay, yeah, it's just one fucking place. It's like a fucking box. But my other question is gonna be... Wow. Oh, do I have to fight this guy? Oh my god, I had to fight this guy. Oh, cool. Wow. Oh my god. Isn't that the fucking lady that I fucking go for like in the beginning of the game? Like, why do I have to do this again? You're halfway wait, so you're telling me chapter 8 is halfway? Hey Shy. Twitch chat peer pressured me to fucking finish this game. Are you kidding me? What? Oh my god, dude. Twitch chat's a bad influence, yeah. I'm just gonna go for this right now. I don't even know what this is for sure. Oh my god, fuck me! Stop doing that! Jesus Christ, that's a lot of fuck. Oh my god. I just wasted another one. I just wasted 2! What is wrong with me? Oh my god, I just need a little bit more. Really? I didn't get her at all? There we go. Okay, yeah, it's just specific fucking cross places. Because, okay, from what I've read on the walkthrough, because I was looking at a fucking walkthrough. I was looking at a walkthrough for this game. So basically there's this chapter and the last chapter that I have. But I don't think this game is like 50% of the way. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, what am I supposed to do, camera? Six different endings, 15 hours soon. How many hours is 24, by the way? I can't math at the moment. Is it 9 or 7, 8? How many hours is 20? Yeah, how many hours is 24 hours? I don't know. It's like 9, right? Yeah, 9 hours. Jesus Christ, I want to die. What? My god, bro. I'm just wasting my type 14. I'm just wasting my type 14, honestly. If he dies, he dies. What the fuck? What was this? It is free. I just haven't been using it lately. So I'm just gonna be using it, I guess. What is this? I'm too tired to know where this is at. Jesus fucking Christ, I don't even know. Joe, you need sleep. Are you really certain that like this place is like halfway in the game? Can't be certain. What's certain is you need sleep. So the weird thing is that like I've been streaming for 14 hours. I've seen the sunrise. It's 9 a.m. in the morning right now. And you want me to sleep right now, coming to like the end of the game as well. What is this wall? I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I don't know what this wall is. I'm back. I don't know what this wall. What is this wall? Where is this wall? Part of the wall seems to be open. What wall is this? It is part of the house. It's part of this house because, you know, it's a wall. If you had the right area. I honestly don't know. Because here's the thing. I have to go here. I don't know where is this fucking place at. It's in this area of the game. I just legitimately do not know. Hold on. Can I just exit here at least? Okay. So, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Look at this area. Look at this area right here. I don't even know if my mouse is there. Look at this area right here. This area is the area that I need to go to so I could get like another piece, which I don't have, and I don't know where, because I think that the picture is gonna lead me to that one piece. The problem is I just don't know where. I have no clue where it is. My brain's all fuzzy. Show me your actual map. Hold on. Like this map? This is my actual map. Like I don't know where. Is it in here? There's supposed to be like a door. That leads. I don't know. I can't think. Maybe it's upstairs, but I don't know if it's upstairs. Can you show me the outside map? The outside map? You mean like this? Wait, hold on. This? Like this is literally the place that I had to go. It's like literally the place that I had to go. But it's marked here. I don't know where. Is it marked there? So I'm guessing it's just here then. Like, there's no other place that I could think of other than here. I don't know. I'm very tired and I don't understand where this thing is at, but like, holy shit. Why are you here? Get out. Get the fuck out of here. Try it out while I research. Cool. What am I looking for? I'm looking for these nuts. This thing right here. So I got 2 of them already. I need to go one to the graveyard and the other one to like this place, but I don't know what wall is actually movable, and I'm fucking already tired enough to not to know what fucking is it. This thing right here? It's not this thing. Whoop. Yeah, that was the place that I thought it was at. Nope, it's not there. Why is this thing off? It's gonna be one of the boxes. Okay, I don't need the cemetery. I just need the fucking whatever house it is. It's the Kiryu house. I don't think I need Osaka or Kiryu. I need Kiryu. I don't think I need the fucking whatever it was. I don't think I need the cemetery. Because I think the cemetery is gonna be very easy enough. So it's the room with the dolls. Oh my god, it's the room with the fucking dolls, no wonder. I can't believe it's the room with the dolls. Twitch chat peer pressured me to fucking stream for until I finish the game, so I'm gonna try to finish the game. You gotta blame Twitch chat for once, because you know they peer pressured me to fucking finish this game. And they watched me eat, and they watched me play CS:GO, and then here I am, like, God knows how many fucking more hours is playing this game, you know? Because I thought this game would be completed in about, like, 9.5 hours, but nope, it's gonna fucking... I don't know. Hey, Yona, yes. Wait, what? Oh, wait. So it's... Wait, what? I really don't understand. I need two. I need the graveyard one and this one. I just don't know. Wait, hold on. Second floor, sliding screen room. What the fuck is in front of the kimono girl to the left? Yeah, I got the Osaka crest because it was easy enough for me to figure out the Osaka crest was at wherever it was. I just don't get the other one. I just don't get the fucking Kiryu one. I don't care about the graveyard for now. I just care about the Kiryu one. And the Kiryu one is fucking ridiculous right now because I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh wait, you mean this one? Oh my god! Oh, I thought it was the other rooms. Oh my god, bro. I legitimately thought it was in the others. I didn't realize it was that fucking corner. Damn, Firefly. It was legit. The butt's walking around, that's for sure. Okay, now the question is, can I leave?
Why did you kill?
Oh my god, do I really have to kill these ghosts? Can I just leave? Can I just like fucking like get the fuck out of here? Oh, Macy's still alive. Twitch chat peer pressured. I can't even speak anymore. Twitch chat peer pressured me to stream until I finish this game. And for the cost of like nothing. Sir Avium's not gonna be proud of me, honestly. Fuck are you doing, child?
Why did you kill?
I mean, I've done a 24-hour stream before. Are you kidding me? Bro, you fucking idiot. Oh my god. I don't know why I kill. Oh my god. Oh my god, how many of them are there? I don't know! Just fucking give me one of them, please! Yeah, that's right. Fuck you, you fucking child. I wanna kill fucking girls so badly, like holy fuck. I'm so glad that I could kill fucking girls in this game. I'm so glad that I can kill girls in this game. It's more like I don't know where the sliding doors were at, because at the same time, I looked at the photo, I'm like, where the fuck is that sliding door? I don't care about anything else but the sliding door. Wait, what? Because the sliding doors are like, what the fuck are they? You know? I don't know what the fuck. You would have been stuck longer. I would have been stuck longer, that's for sure, but like, holy shit. When I read that, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? I thought it was gonna be in another room that is like near the kimono dolls, but it's not. It was near the fucking the dolls that it's not the dolls, it's the fucking kimono people, not dolls, kimono ghosts. And they said it as kimono dolls for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Hey, Delta Wolf. Like, think about it. Like, here. Oh, they said kimono. Oh my god, I'm fucking blind. They said kimono girl. Haha, they said kimono girl, not kimono dolls. I'm fucking stupid and blind. Okay. Your asthma's kicking in. Damn, dude. It's kind of rip, but hope you can feel better soon. Come? No, come. It's not a wonderful. What do you mean a wonderful stream? Like other people's stream or just my stream in general? Because if you're talking about my stream, then good luck, man. I'm fucking copium, honestly. Yours. Okay. It's one of the fucking gravestones. Wow. Okay, let's go to one of the gravestones. It's probably gonna be in one of them. This one. Not this one. Are you serious? Do not suck my cock, please. Yeah, that's right. Do not suck my fucking cock. Even though I'm a female. Do not suck my clit. There we go. Even though I'm like 15 years old. You're running a Fatal Frame game in one sitting. To be fair though, my first time playing this game, 3 hours in, I just fucking died and yeah. They are females, yes. What the flying fuck? Holy shit. Okay, wait, hold on. You know, wait. Wait, I need to fucking do this real quick. Did I get her? I fucking didn't. Holy shit, bro. I just want to stare at her boobs now. Wow. You know what? What if I just use the fucking whatever it is then? Whatever. $41 damage? Are you serious? Yeah, Please don't die right now. Alright. Thank the Lord, thank the Lord. Give me a key. I swear to God, give me a fucking key. I want to get a key. Give me a key. Do you not give me a key? Are you kidding me? Does this thing open up? I swear to God, please open up. Thank the Lord. Let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Fuck off, tree. Let's get the fuck out of here. Why the fuck do you say that? Why the fuck do you have to say that? No, bad. No. I don't think it said that. No, that's bad. Don't fucking say that. No. Don't say that. I don't think I heard it. I didn't hear it. Don't fucking say that. It's like going back to Nightmare Decay when someone asked me, hey, did the guy just said the N-word when he actually said it? No. It's the fucking voice anyways. Oh my fucking God. I hear this puzzle. Oh my God. I hear this fucking puzzle, man. Okay. Oh shit! Oh my God, I fucked it up! Oh my God, hold on. Wait, what? Oh my, wait, what? What? Did I fuck it up? Oh, oh my God, I think I did fuck it up. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Put this here, put this here. What? Is it the other way around? Could be the other way around. What? What? Wait, what? I'm very confused now. What? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Hey, Melo. Jesus Christ, I just didn't realize I'm not supposed to move the other one. Oh my god, it opens up. Holy shit. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here, please.
Poor Itsuki. It's our fault. Mayu.
That's me at the moment. That's like literally me at the moment. Just fucking like that.
Stand up. We're almost home.
Oh my god, final chapter. Let's go, 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 let's go. Get the fuck out of here.
Get out of this village.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I want to fucking end the stream. Jesus Christ, bro.
There's the shrine up there. We can leave the village. Mew, there!
Oh my god, the fucking tribal people. Holy shit. No, no one has ever paid the $50, 50 subs.
Mayu! Mew!
I'm not doing the fucking whatever it is. No, stop. I'm just finishing this game and that's about it. Holy fucking shit, bro. Really? God, I hate doing 48-hour streams. I think that would be a fucking like subathon if I ever do like a 48-hour stream, you know. Like literally you have to fucking okay, it's like 1 minute per sub, you know. If like 1 minute per sub, you guys want me to fucking stream a lot more, fucking 1 minute per sub. I swear to God, do a no cap 1 minute per sub thing. I think no one's gonna fucking do it anyways. Good enough, man. I mean, I'm still getting the money that I deserve, you know. Smile. Think about it. Some money that I deserve, smile, for a subathon like that. Wait, huh? Wait, what? Wait, what? Do I really have to go back for my sister? Oh my god! Fuck! What? Really? Fucking really? Can I just turn back? Like, okay. Is there a way for me to just turn back and just like fucking get the fuck out of here? Oh my god, get me out! Okay, whatever. Are you serious? Are you like fucking serious right now? Why is she dragged all the way back? This is so fucking shit! I'm getting fucking dragged back again! Like, just... Okay, question. Okay, question. Can I just end... Wait, hold on. Okay, can I just end the game by just leaving my sister behind, or I really have to take my sister back? Like, is this like a mandatory thing? Like, am I supposed to take my sister back so that I can leave with her, or I can leave alone? Because you said there's like, if there's like 6 endings in this game, I can totally like fucking leave my sister behind anyways, right?
The 2 chosen children shall be carried to heaven on the wings of...
Well, yeah, but like, I don't know if it's a mandatory thing or not. If it's a mandatory thing, then yeah, I'm fucking going back anyways.
This is how it was meant to be.
Oh my god. Why am I still up? Because Twitch chat fucking pressured me. Piet pressured me to fucking finish this game. Blame RS25 specifically. And he's not even here. No, you have to blame RS25 specifically, you know. He was like, oh, stream until you finish the game, blah, blah, blah. And here I am. Oh my god. I'm fucking knocking the fuck out once I'm done with this game. Oh my god, give me back my sister, please. I don't want to fucking fight. I don't want to fucking fight. Just give me back my sister so we can actually exit this fucking game. Oh my god. I don't have fucking... Oh my god. I just need fucking film. I don't have a lot of film. I just need film. Oh my god. Type 14 film. Cool. Fatal Frame 3. When the Discord server votes for Fatal Frame 3. Hey, Miss Scarlet. Maybe I finish before you. I'm fucking gonna finish this game in like an hour or so. Wait, do you run this game or you run the third? No, you run the third game. I know that you run the third game. I don't know if you actually run the second game though. I finished Fatal Frame 5. That's the game that I like because there's titties. That's the only reason why I like the game, because there's titties. I like 1 because the game is really good. I like 5 because there's fucking titties. You're not voting for it because I've already played it before. optimal costume in this optimal costume in this game? Have I gone the wrong way? I'm so tired. I don't even know what to do. Wait, hold on. You're using it fill an option in? How about like no? Why are you here? Hold on. Okay, wait. Get some bread and chicken rice, dude. I've only had instant noodles and that's about it. Like today I just had instant noodles. Can I get the fuck out of here first? Or do I really have to fight this thing? No, okay, cool. I don't have to fight those things. Instant newts, instant newts. Yeah, don't, dumb. No, don't. That's dumb. That's what I was about to say. That's dumb. I don't know. I'm already here trying to save my sister.
The time has come to see the hellish abyss, to become the Kusami.
Wait, okay, question. Can you not save your sister even? Like, is that a thing that you don't have to save your sister and just get the fuck out? If so, I'm just gonna get the fuck out. I don't care about my sister. Okay, fine, that's it. Nope. 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 Fuck my sister. Nope. I don't care. Nope. Nope. Have you saved? Yes. I did save. I'm gonna fuck my sister. No. No. I'm gonna... I'm gonna leave my sister. Fuck her. There we go. That's the wordings that I was about to say. I'm not gonna fuck my sister. I'm gonna leave my sister. Fuck her. Clipped? Wait! Wait, what? Wait! Oh, fuck me. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Where am I on this fucking save? I'm here on this save. Hold on. Oh, thank God! Okay, get the fuck out! Get out! Get out of here! We don't give a fuck anymore. Get the fuck out of here! Alright, guys. L dance right now. L dance on fucking sister. Fuck. What? Mayu. Fuck Mayu. Yeah, I know where to go. That's why I say fuck Mayu. I don't care about it anymore. You know? Games has to end. And this ends now. This ends now. Fuck my sister. No one gives a fuck about my sister. It's not an it. What? Are you wait, what? What do you mean it's not? I have very low. It's a non-static game over. Well, at least it's a game over. Wait, it doesn't give you. Wait, what? Oh my God. Wait, so you're telling? Okay, so you're telling me I had to really save my sister then? So you're telling me that I had to save my sister so that... Oh my God. That's the point of this. I don't care about sisters, man. Siblings suck. You know, like siblings are shit. They fuck shit up. The fuck my sister ending route. Yeah, fuck my sister, dude. Okay. Okay, now question. Which way is my sister? The left side or the right side? Which way is my sister? Which way is my beneath me? She could eat me out. Both. I don't know. Both. Which part of the game are you on? I'm the part where I'm fucking gonna end this. Like, it's the part where, okay, you've been in this 15 hours, you're gonna review ending, you're tired as hell. True. But, okay, so I have to save my sister, because my sister went into the fucking building all over again. You know, which way is my sister? Which way is my sister now? Is it this side or this side? I'm in the part where I'm at, yeah, I'm at the house and that's about it. Oh my god, hello. Can I get the fuck out of here first? Can I get like in here? Okay, cool. Get out. Oh my fucking, okay, thanks. Okay, I think I know where this one's at. It's the part where I got locked out and I was like so fucking triggered when I came back there and I was like, why the fuck, wait. This bitch is still here. This fucking bitch is still here, right? Okay, cool, this bitch ain't here. Oh god, okay, if that bitch was still there, I'm just gonna... I should actually add Kuon to my list of games to actually play soon, you know? So I was actually going the right way. Okay, I was going the right way this whole time, but the wrong fucking door. So it was here. Okay, it's here. Yeah, oh, yes, the light, the fucking light of whatever. Oh my god. Oh. You see black and white where you control Mayu running to a dual door and take control of Mio, do the same. Kuon Bass. Yeah, I need to fucking find the whatever it is. I need to find the ISO for it because, you know.
Let's do this together.
I'm here to help. If I ever get into Kuon, then sure, you can help. Okay, at least now I remember where to go. Don't make me fight more fucking enemies, please. I don't want to fight more enemies. I just want to get out of here. There was a really cool GDQ runner that played Kuon. Yeah, I wonder who. I wonder who was the Kuon runner for AGDQ 2020. Sorry, is it AGDQ 2021 or is it AGDQ 2022?
You finally come for me.
Yeah, sure, I come for you. Of course. I'm very cool at coming at people. Yeah, you're the one that's before, like before mine.
I kept
No, after mine.
and waiting.
No, before mine. What am I talking about? Yeah, before my shit. Before my SGDQ run shit. Yeah, I played Fatal Frame 1. I kind of feel like I want to speedrun that game, actually. I want to speedrun that game sooner or later. I think that game is actually pretty cool to speedrun. Games are not shirtless! Oh, shit. Yeah, I know. I can tell because the brother in the last game fucking simped for Yae. It's so fucking weird that he simped for Yae. Oh my god. Wait, is it not the chick? Yae's Ghost Mom. Oh, it's before the simping. Okay, yeah. It's before the simping then. Oh my god, wow. I only have like one Zeo film left. I want you to come with me and give me the red. Yeah, give me the red. Hell yeah, fatal frame. That's a lot of points right there. Arrow blast. Blast these nuts. Yeah, I remembered. Honestly, I just remembered. I remember who it was because it was before, yeah, it was before the simping, not after, not during the simping. I thought it was before. I thought it was during the simp. So it's not during the simp. The brother was like, yo, I'm gonna simp for this fucking chick who's like fucking roped up at the door. I was like, yeah, cool. Of course. What the fuck? You're shooting fucking fireballs at me now? Kitty. Yeah, I was thinking about that one instead. Until you told me like, oh, this is the person before that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that. Where is this fucking? Oh my god, I'm dead. Get out of here. Yep, cock. Yep, cock. What? Where? I'm very confused now. Where is my guy? My guy, where are you? Here you are. Wait, this is another guy! Oh my god, this is not the same guy. This is another. Oh my god, this is another guy. How many people am I supposed to fight? Oh my god, no, I missed it. Cool. All of them? I don't think it's all of them. I don't want to know if it's all of them. Oh my god, it is fucking all of them. Incest Ghost Baby? Who the fuck had incest? Which game was the one that had incest? Dude, what do you mean, dude? Miku and... Oh, the first game. God, it's so fucking confusing. Holy shit, what the fuck is happening? Off screen? What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. That's, but, but that's spoilers. But that's spoilers for me. I have not played the third game. Oh man. Now it's in my mind that they fucked. I can't. What did I butt into? Yeah, butt. Yes, butt. It's not in the third. Oh my god, I'm very tired. I don't even know what's happening. Cool. Oh my god, what's happening? Holy shit. Give me the guy! Give me the fucking guy! Direct. I guess they did that, but I don't remember. I don't remember anything from the 5th game now because it's been so long since I played the 5th game. I need to not do— oh! Sorry, I need to not do longer streams, honestly. The father of Miku's kid. I don't remember! All I remember was this fucking booba and wet shirts. That's it. That's all I remember from fucking 5 is the booba, wet shirts. That's it. I like booba and wet shirts. You got distracted by the booba? Yes. I saw big mommy milkers like, every time. Including all the maidens who were big mommy milkers for some fucking reason. Okay, no, please don't. Where's this big fucking guy? Hello? Come here, you old bitch. There you go. Screenshot. What? Okay. Oh shit, I'm almost about to die. Have all the wet shirts in the world? Hell yeah, man. Dude, you like wet shirts? Name all 300 of them. Smile. Oh, fuck me. I need my Hainanese chicken rice, yeah, true. I live Final Fantasy V. I don't know, man. I only like the booba, and that's about it. I just like the booba. Okay, that's one down. Cum brain? More like fucking, I don't know, dead brain. Are you kidding me? Come back here, you little bitch! Oh my god, he's fucking going in and out like a fucking... Is this the dude? Why is he like... Oh my god, he was the dude. I don't even know where's anything right now. Holy shit. Okay, that's the guy. What is happening? Oh my god, he's just gonna do this shit again, bro. Stop. Stop, man. What the flying fuck? What the fuck is up? Okay, wait, hold on. What? Where are you? What the What the flying fuck, bro? Oh my god, I don't even. I'm just running around, just doing brainless nothing. Honestly, where's this fucking white guy? I want to kill the white guy, honestly. There we go. Can I kill the white guy? Am I able? I'm not able to kill the white guy! Oh my god, just let me kill the white guy, please. I don't want to kill the fucking Asian. Dude, Asian looking eyes, I don't give a fuck. Just let me kill the white guy and that's about it, alright? Give me the white guy, I'll be happy. Okay, where's the white guy? Where is the white guy? He's dead. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Are you kidding me? Okay, yeah, die. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking Asian piece of shit.
Perform the ritual with Sai alone. Yai. Why did you leave?
I don't care, man. Something's on the ground. Master's key. Fuck the crystal as well. I'm gonna go into the fucking door. Get Master's key. Go. Get in. Get in. I don't give a fuck anymore. Get in. Save my sister. We have scissor sex. Just let me fucking finish this game.
Don't come near. Save yourself. Run away.
Are you fucking serious? I'm already like all the way here.
Come here. Hurry.
Like I'm already here. Racism. I don't give a fuck. I'm already ending this fucking game anyways. Just let me end this game right now.
Come for me, Yai. I know you will. We promised we would always be together. So you ran away. But everyone.
Okay. Where's my sister? Do I? Okay, weird question. Do I have to fight another set of fucking ghosts? Like, do I have to really fight another set of ghosts? If I had to fight another set of ghosts, I don't think I could actually. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Stop Asian hate. I'm Asian. I'm Asian, so I hate hate on my own. I hate on my own fucking whatever it is, my class, whatever nationality, whatever it is called. Race. There we go. Oh my god, what am I talking about? Parry that shit. Doesn't care. Get the fuck out of here. Hate is a virus? Yeah, true. True, that's what GDQ always says. You know. Alien? Damn. Oh my god, hello. Are you kidding me? There's like another guy who wants to grab me now. Oh. Get out! Bro, get out! What do you mean hating? What do you mean by that? I don't understand what your sentence is. Yeah, I don't understand what your sentence is.
Finally come for me. Finally come.
Can you understand these nuts? Yeah, I can understand these nuts.
I knew you'd come for me.
Bro.
Kept waiting and waiting.
Bro, that's fucking
Let's continue the ritual.
oh my god. No. No, 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 no. Hello, Jordan. Look at that lesbian sex right here. Holy shit. Bro. Okay. What? What do you want me to do? Whatever, I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here. I took a photo of the fucking sisters incest thing. It wants you to watch? Yeah, sure. Or are they're not scissoring, they're just I don't know.
Forever. I'll wait forever.
Wow. Are you kidding me? Am I just gonna watch? Oh. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this the fucking... Oh my god, this is the stupid ass fucking person. Is this the one that I can't kill? Hold on. Oh my god, it is the one that I can kill. Now I can kill. Oh, I know about this fucking thing. It legitimately killed me just now when I was playing it on my fucking console and I had to change it to emulator. Oh shit, no, 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 no. Oh my god, fuck my life, bro. Cause I remember being here. And was like, why the fuck did I just get insta-killed? I remembered this fucking part. Thank God. See you. See you. 24 hours. No. No. $320. No, 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 no. I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. Stop. You pay me up 100 subs right now and I'll do it. 100 subs right now, I will do a 24-hour stream. But 100 subs right now, I will do 100 like a 24-hour stream.
I kept waiting.
Oh my god, what is this? Joe, no.
Dark.
It's 100 subs. It's 100 subs though. I don't care. It's not 50 anymore. It's 100. Okay.
Shall we begin?
Are you kidding me? What? Hellish Abyss Mayu. What? Yeah, because I'm already at like fucking this much, this long already. This long already.
We were born together. But we have to live and die separately. I knew this. I knew. Mayu. We'll be together. We will. We can't be together forever. But if this
Oi! Oi! What the fuck? No! 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 Why am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh! 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 Shit!
kill me.
That's the fucking thing that they did, like, in the story, because they mentioned about fucking strangling. I just don't know when. I was like kind of scared if they actually kiss. I was like, no, please don't kiss.
Thank you.
Where's this fucking baseline? Holy shit. This baseline seems fucking slaps. Run the Xbox port. If I were to get the Xbox game. I'm not gonna do 3 unless someone put fucking 100 subs on my fucking table. No, no, no. I can't do any more fucking long streams like this. You put fucking 100 subs on my table, then yeah, sure. Like, it took me so fucking long to finish this game.
Didn't we always promise each other? Together, forever.
Okay. This game is alright. Way too long on the ending. The ending music is good though. That's all I'm gonna say. You put in like 2 fucking weird fucking bosses at the end. It's so fucking weird. Extremely disappointing because yeah, this game is extremely disappointing. Smile. Holy shit. Okay. I kind of am alright with this game, but the problem with this game is that like, yeah, the only problem with this game is that the second half of the game is just way too fucked up. I don't like it. The first half is good. The second half is just like, can't do that. End boss, kind of alright. The end song is good. I don't know if I wanna fucking play. I will play 3 because of Miss Scarlet Tanager. First of all, I simp for Miss Scarlet Tanager, but second of all, she speedruns the 3rd game. I would play just because Miss Scarlet Tanager's she fucking what speedruns the 3rd game. That's about it. Other than that, I don't know if I want to touch the 3rd game yet. I think I don't want to touch the 3rd game yet. You guys didn't offer anything good, so no, not gonna do another whatever stream it is. I can't believe 8 hours in and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna finish this game up, and then I didn't realize it was gonna take another 8 fucking hours. Do the 3rd. I'm not gonna do the 3rd unless someone's gonna fucking put in 100 subs. I swear to God, no one fucking put 100 subs in. You put 100 subs in, you're dead to me, honestly.